Muy buenos días a todos ustedes. Muy feliz miércoles, por supuesto que sí. ¿Quién necesita dormir, damas y caballeros? Yo no, y eso aparentemente lo sabe mi perro. Así que muy buenos días para todos ustedes. Espero que hayan dormido algo o muy bien también, que le estén pasando muy bien. Y por supuesto que hoy es el día del casino del tío Salo. Ahorita les voy a traer a Farhan y Alex para que podamos ver tablas, analizar Bitcoin, analizar todas las demás cosas que quieran ver, todos los miembros del Lead Trading Academy. Pero como siempre, me gusta platicar con ustedes antes de empezar. Hemos estado retomando los Nadie me preguntó, para quien se lo pregunta, así que esos también están de regreso, están activos. ¿Cómo dicen? ¿Estás activa? Algo así en los nuevos reggaetoneros, raperos. Es que está activa. Ok, bueno, estoy muy viejo ya, ok. Todas estas cosas suenan muy raras. Pero empecemos desde el principio. Damas y caballeros, hay varias cosas ocurriendo. Habíamos platicado desde el año pasado, no me acuerdo cuándo fue, que dijimos, güey, algo extraño está pasando en México, están reactivando todas las oficinas de CIA, DEA, FBI, todo lo que se imaginen está siendo reactivado. Algo está pasando. Y ahorita lo que vimos el 9 de mayo fue que 17 miembros de la familia del Chapo se entregaron en Tijuana a las autoridades americanas para poder soplar por beneficios en sus sentencias. Esa es la narrativa que nos cuentan a todos, ¿no? Ahora, ¿qué exactamente está pasando en México y por qué? Yo quiero preguntarles a todos ustedes, por ejemplo, que lo estén siguiendo, ¿qué creen que quiere Estados Unidos con México? ¿Alguien sabe? ¿Alguien nos puede decir? Quieren, uno, acabar la corrupción, dos, detener el crimen, tres, tener más control sobre la población, cuatro, conquistar México. ¿Qué es lo que buscan? O sea, hay muchas opciones, tú dime. Ahora, antes de que me manden amenazas de muerte por hablar mal del gobierno o decir algo negativo, no voy a decir nada negativo, no se trata de un punto de vista o el otro, simplemente te estoy diciendo lo que yo pienso está pasando y ahí ustedes se pueden hacer bolas con lo demás, ¿no? Porque a fin de cuentas solo se trata de mi estúpido análisis puesto junto para todos ustedes, más allá de lo que leemos todos en las noticias y de lo que yo había escuchado mucho antes de que se volviera esto un tema popular ante todos. Otra cosa que también lleva esta escalada entre México y Estados Unidos, para los que no sepan, es Estados Unidos está retirando visas a políticos mexicanos y sobre todo el caso más grande es a la gobernadora de, me parece que es Baja California, que nunca había pasado en la historia de México, es lo que he estado viendo. Es la primera vez que a una gobernadora actual sentada en poder le quitan la visa americana y también han agarrado a otras personas, algunos arrestados en Estados Unidos, otros simplemente bajo investigación y también con visas retiradas. Ok. Una vez más, no estoy aquí apoyando a Estados Unidos, no estoy apoyando a México, absolutamente no. Yo sé que México está perfecto como está, no existe la corrupción en México, el crimen y todo eso en México es algo que siempre ha estado y que no se puede mover, y todos sabemos que la soberanía y la dignidad de nuestra patria tiene que tener acompañada un poco de decapitaciones, quitarle la piel a la gente, cortarles los dedos, y eso quiere decir que no hay corrupción. Todos lo sabemos antes de que me manden esas amenazas de muertes, ¿ok? Ahora, ¿por qué Estados Unidos se está metiendo en México y cuál es el problema que están buscando crear o que están intentando solucionar? Bastante sencillo, bajo la bandera de la corrupción es por lo que estamos yendo a México. ¿Para qué? Para poder, en mi opinión, es tener más control sobre los políticos, poner los políticos que yo quiero. Yo soy Estados Unidos, lo hago en todo el mundo. No sé si vieron en Siria, Trump está levantando las sanciones después de que atacamos a Siria por cuánto tiempo, etcétera. Y tienen ahora un nuevo presidente y ese nuevo presidente misteriosamente se lleva muy bien con Trump. Más o menos es eso lo que buscamos. Van a quitar a la presidenta de México para poner, no sé, no tengo idea, no les voy a decir que no, pero tampoco les voy a decir que sí. Se me hace más difícil que sea un sí que un no, ¿ok? Lo que está buscando Estados Unidos es oficialmente el control de política internacional. Esa es mi opinión. Y la razón por qué es porque simplemente estamos ajustando el nuevo reorden, la nueva reorganización económica. Y necesitamos a México como parte de esto. Y México está jugando un poco a los independientes. Ahora, si les pregunto, ¿quién manda en México? Es como en Estados Unidos. Para que no se me pongan locos, ¿no? Porque todo el mundo, me imagino que algo están ganando acá por cómo defienden a capa y espada, aunque la propaganda en México es brutal. Obviamente no viene por parte del gobierno, la crea cosas diferentes. Pero eh, eh, en México lo que hemos estado viendo con esta reorganización mundial es Estados Unidos necesita a este socio comercial, Estados Unidos también lo necesita para que no tenga China una presencia instantáneamente abajo de sus fronteras, lo mismo con Rusia, etcétera, porque tienen buenas alianzas, pero más allá de eso, México está dándole favor a las importaciones de autos chinos, importaciones de ropa china, todo lo que es chino, y de ahí se está yendo a Estados Unidos. En mi opinión, lo que Estados Unidos está buscando es encontrar a políticos que entren y digan, no, vamos a cambiar las reglas, vamos a cooperar con Estados Unidos, vamos a trabajar juntos con ellos. Eso es lo que yo estoy viendo. Y la razón por la que lo estoy viendo, y diría que es efectivamente eso y no es para acabar con el crimen, es porque Estados Unidos es un socio gigantesco en todo el crimen que comete México. No, y ahora, no sé quién sea el jefe de quién, ¿ok? Esto es a lo que quiero llegar con eso. En Estados Unidos, díganme quién es el jefe. ¿Los políticos o la gente con empresas gigantescas? Y ahora, no todos están calibrados a al mismo nivel. Estoy seguro que habrá políticos como la tía Nancy Pelosi que tienen mucho más poder que otros. Y eso creo que es obvio. Y lo mismo pasa con empresarios. Me imagino que Elon Musk tiene mucho más poder que nombra a quien sea, ¿no? Al dueño de AT&T, a quien quieras, güey, ¿no? Es Elon Musk. Entonces, de acuerdo a esos calibres, existe esta dinámica de poder. Y no es fácil entender quién mueve todos los hilos en Estados Unidos, porque podríamos argumentar del lado del gobierno que el gobierno en Estados Unidos tiene al ejército detrás de ellos, junto con toda la fuerza, más allá de la militar, de todas las industrias privadas de guerra. Y pueden hacer que cualquier persona se suicide, ¿no? Con muchísimas diferentes técnicas. Por ejemplo, Hillary Clinton, ¿no? Gran política, nada corrupta tampoco, ha tenido la mala fortuna que mucha gente alrededor de ella se ha suicidado. Una gran coincidencia. Y todos han sido suicidados. Digo, se han suicidado, perdón. Es como que los van a ir a matar por la gente de Hillary Clinton. No, no son malos. Y aquí la pregunta es, Hillary Clinton entonces tiene el backing de todo el gobierno, eso que de todas las industrias pesadas en Estados Unidos, eso quiere decir que puede hacer lo que quiera y eso quiere decir que ella es la que le da permiso a gente de hacer cosas o no, no sé, no sé. Pero algo es claro en Estados Unidos. Cuando las drogas entran a Estados Unidos, no es como que están cambiando de organización, ¿no? No es como que México incorporado está vendiéndole las drogas a Estados Unidos incorporado, que es otro grupo de mafiosos, y estos güeyes van y venden y distribuyen en todo Estados Unidos. Y lo chingón y lo chido de todo esto es que a la gente que está distribuyendo todo en Estados Unidos nunca la han cachado. Nadie sabe quiénes son. Mucha gente dice, güey, son los mismos carteles moviéndolo. Pero si están operando en Estados Unidos, ¿no serían susceptibles a ser capturados si es lo que estamos buscando, que es detener a los carteles? Que de nuevo, no es lo que estamos buscando en Estados Unidos. En México tenemos el mismo problema. Tal vez no, perdón, México no tenemos el mismo problema. México es un país sin corrupción, pero el México de antes, vamos a hablar del México de antes, no del nuevo México, del México de antes. ¿Quiénes son los jefes? ¿Los carteles o los gobiernos? Porque el gobierno puede decirle a un cartel, ¿no? Hey, hasta aquí, cabrón. Y el cartel diría, vale, voy a detenerme. O puedo simplemente asesinarte a ti y a toda tu familia y tirar el avión en el que estás. Entonces suena como que el cartel debería de tener más poder que el gobierno, porque el cartel sería el equivalente a Estados Unidos a Hillary Clinton. Tienen el poder de las armas y de suicidar a gente y de que aviones se caigan de la nada. Yo pensaría que después de tanto tiempo en México, y una vez más, estoy especulando porque no sabemos esto. No sabemos esto. Y solamente quiero que esté claro esto. Lo que estoy diciendo es, el cuento que le están vendiendo a todo el mundo de que vamos a ir para detener a los carteles es mentira. Son socios comerciales de Estados Unidos. Y es más, personalmente creo que Estados Unidos son los jefes de los carteles. A ese grado creo que está la cosa. ¿Por qué? Por el tráfico humano a Estados Unidos, que Estados Unidos, nunca en mi vida he visto algo así, donde todo el mundo sabe que existe tráfico humano, donde todo el mundo sabe que existe todos estos problemas jodiéndole la vida a niños y vendiéndolos y abusando sexualmente de ellos, y no hacen nada. Nunca he visto a nadie en mi vida, o sea, mínimo en México, todos saben, por más que queramos defender lo que sea, es como, güey, el narco manda, aquí hay manos arriba. En Estados Unidos de verdad es como de, es una teoría de conspiración. Sabemos y vemos a toda la gente que ha sido molestada, matada, asesinada, todas estas cosas, abusada, etcétera. Pero en Estados Unidos volteamos a otro lado siempre. Es una locura. Ese negocio que una vez más tiene dos lados de la frontera es la misma organización. No hay manera de que sean dos organizaciones traspasando todo y que las dos organizaciones funcionen súper bien bajo las dos diferentes jurisdicciones si no tienen ayuda del gobierno mismo. Que nos quede claro, ¿ok? A Estados Unidos, como socio de los carteles, sencillamente, y lo hemos platicado mil veces, les venden todas las armas del planeta y además los usan como el Amazon o el Mercado Libre para toda Latinoamérica, para poder mandar todas sus armas. Entonces, cuando nos cuentan un poco esto, y ahora estoy del lado de ustedes en México, no están yendo por los carteles porque son peligrosos y quieren detener la matanza de México. En realidad, si nos ponemos a pensar, ¿qué es más peligroso, los carteles o los terroristas? Los carteles tienen mucho más dinero que los terroristas. Los carteles son mucho más sangrientos que los terroristas y están aquí abajo y están asesinando a más gente que guerras. ¿Estados Unidos de verdad le importa eso? No, absolutamente no. Tampoco a tu gobierno porque es parte de esto. Lo que queremos simplemente es cambiar esa dinámica que tienen ahorita porque algo se les salió de control. Y no sé si sea parte simplemente del nuevo gobierno o sea parte del viejo establecimiento que no están dejando a Estados Unidos hacer lo que quiere con sus nuevas políticas. Y esto lo hacemos en todo el mundo. Entonces, cuando te cuentan Estados Unidos y Donald Trump va a salvar a México y todo, no es cierto. No es cierto. Hay mucho palo. Hay mucho palo ahí. Esa es una. Segunda cosa. El día de hoy salió una noticia que me llamó muchísimo la atención, me la pasó Alex, y esto tiene que ver con blockchain. Para toda la gente que le gusta blockchain, que está invirtiendo en blockchain, yo les digo, esta es mi opinión, una vez más, puede estar completamente equivocado como siempre. Recuerden que no sé nada, entonces solamente quiero poner esto enfrente de todos ustedes. ¿Cuál es el valor más grande del negocio de Facebook, de Meta? La base de datos y cómo interactúa la base de datos. ¿Cuál es el negocio más grande de Amazon? La base de datos. Te voy a dar un ejemplo de por qué es la base de datos y no vender cosas. Porque la base de datos la puedes usar para tú venderles lo que quieras. ¿Ok? Eso es como lo cuentan. ¿Y cómo puedes usar la base de datos en contra de la otra gente? Por ejemplo, la base de datos en Amazon, vamos rapidísimo, donde tú tienes tu negocio, vendes estas playeritas de la NASA y te va muy bien. Amazon puede robar esa base de clientes simplemente entendiendo la relación en su base de datos y ahora ellos pueden vender esta sudadera por menos dinero a todos y sacarme, mandándole un correo a toda la gente que ha comprado una. Ellos son dueños de la base de datos. ¿Por qué Elon Musk compró X? Porque se la pasa muy bien tuiteando y todo esto por la base de datos. Además, para también nutrir inteligencia artificial de información humana y de comportamiento humano para que lo puedan replicar. Que por cierto, no me acuerdo quién me lo mandó ayer, muchísimas gracias, me mandaste esta plática del 2016 que ocurrió en Puebla con los pensadores más grandes del momento, hablando de inteligencia artificial, lo que iba a ser bueno y lo que iba a ser malo. ¡Wow! ¡Wow! ¡Qué platicón! Muy cagado que los economistas no tienen ni puta idea de nada. Son los peores en predecir el futuro, maldita sea, pero son los peores por mucho. Traen a un güey que es uno que lo nombran como de los top 10 pensadores de toda la historia, no, mínimo en el mundo en ese momento, y es de, ¿cómo vergas puedes traer a alguien tan... Y lo ves pensar y dices, ese güey es uno de los güeyes más inteligentes del mundo. Ok, en fin, no sé por qué me distraje con eso, pero regresando a blockchain. Todas estas cosas, todos estos blockchains son bases de datos. Son bases de datos que también funcionan como ledgers, donde la gente puede y puedes ver todas las transacciones que están ocurriendo. Estamos entrando a un mundo donde todo está siendo digitalizado. JP Morgan acaba de anunciar que acaban de digitalizar la primera compra de una tesorería a través de su blockchain. Y mucha gente, y también está el rumor de que esto lo hicieron en Ondo, pero también dicen que JP Morgan Chase va a hacer su propio blockchain. Y aquí es donde mucha gente está apostando, güey, yo le voy a Ethereum, Ethereum va a tener todos los clientes, yo le voy a Solana, Solana va a tener todos los clientes. Si yo fuera el banco que tiene 20 trillones de dólares en depósitos, el que mueve todo esto y quiero tener mi base de datos asegurada, no voy a montar mi exchange, ¿no? De JP Morgan en los servidores, en básicamente la cadena de alguien más. Porque ahora, si Ethereum, si Vitalik se vuelve loco y quiere hacer algo, JP Morgan va a estar ahí de, ok, bueno, no hay pedo. No, van a crear sus propias cadenas. Y esto es algo muy importante a futuro. Muy divertido, todo pompeando, nos gusta tradearlo. Pero a futuro tenemos que entender, el pinchazo de las .com todavía no ocurre en las cripto y va a llegar porque Amazon va a tener que tener su propia cadena, porque Meta va a tener su propia cadena, porque todos van a usar su propia cadena. En mi opinión, si yo fuera ellos, es lo que haría. Yo quisiera tener control sobre toda mi base de datos, todas mis transacciones en el ledger, etcétera, y no montarlo en un tercero al que acaba de salir a la puta madre. Y para mucha gente es, pero ¿cómo van a tener tiempo a crear un blockchain? Puedes copiar y pegar el código que más te guste, güey. Así funciona. Así que atentos a eso. Bitcoin no va a ir a ningún lado, eso es muy diferente a todo lo demás, pero todas las otras monedas tienen el riesgo existencial de desaparecer e ir a cero, como lo del pinchazo del .com. Eventualmente, en los siguientes 7 años vamos a ver una gran diferencia. Recuerden, no les van a mandar un evento catastrófico que de la noche a la mañana acabe con todo el planeta, no va a pasar, donde nos dicen, nos van a meter a todos en el sistema digital. Está ocurriendo paso a paso y lo están haciendo como hacen todo, como la desaparición del cash, poquito a poquito, a poquito, a poquito, porque no hay prisa. No sé por qué mierdas y qué tan bien están organizados a este punto. Personalmente, tengo un take en eso y lo vamos a platicar después en un Nadie me preguntó, pero muy interesante, muy interesante. Así que un ojo por ahí. No estoy diciendo vende todas tus monedas, no estoy diciendo nada de eso. Simplemente mantén un ojo pelado y empieza a ver cómo estos bancos, estas instituciones, estas empresas tecnológicas empiezan a usar blockchain y ver si ellos están montando sus cosas, sus propias bases de datos en estas cadenas o si lo están haciendo en la propia suya. Si lo hacen en las suyas individualmente, casi todo lo que existe hoy se va a ir a cero. Casi todo. Ahora, de nuevo, ese va a ser un proceso que tome, yo diría que a los 7 años ya no va. En 7 años esto va a ser completamente diferente a lo que hemos vivido en los últimos ciclos de 4 años o de 8 años y como el del XRP, etcétera. Pero bueno, sin más ni más, vamos a empezar esto con absolutamente todo, damas y caballeros. Vamos a analizar todos los precios de absolutamente todo, pero no les voy a engañar. Los quiero invitar a todos ustedes que quieran participar en nuestro Discord con nosotros, absolutamente gratuito, para que vengan a ver cómo piensa otras personas ¿cómo se llama? De lo que estén tradeando. Sobre todo acá nos encanta, ya saben, aquí estamos, el E-Trading Academy, todos los menús están del lado izquierdo, tienes a buen Alex dándote todos sus análisis y además fotos mamonas. Tienes también acá los de Farhan con todos los tips que te están mandando. Tienes a toda la comunidad por acá. Ahí está Mango. Solamente, ¿cuánto tiempo llevará el buen Mango por acá? ¿Para cuándo unas clases? Solamente lleva 7 años haciéndolo. Mango es una riata. Una riata. Criptolingo, damas y caballeros, lo tenemos por acá. Todos ustedes que tengan una pregunta, cualquier cosa que necesiten de cripto, aquí lo tienen. Cualquier cosa que hablemos que no entienden, aquí está. También está en inglés y en español. P&L Cards, ven a compartir. ¿Cuánto te está haciendo ganar Donald Trump? Esto no es cierto. No ganaste 8,000%. No seas mamón. Naranjito, ¿tú eres tomatito? Porque continúas con este tipo de rachas de 245%. Ayer alguien me mandó una ¿cómo se llama? 300%. Ayer me mandaron una de 200 y cacho por ciento. No, están absolutamente locos. Ah, bueno, aquí ya se llevaron un recorte. Ahí van, perros. Me da gusto verlos llevarse lana a casa. De eso se trata todo esto. Ahí estás, Tomatito, 302. Voy a ver si Tomatito y Naranjito viven en la misma casa. Podríamos hacer un show, ¿no? Aquí tenemos todos los enlaces que necesites oficiales para todos nuestros exchanges y cualquier cosa, pues aquí está. Métete al chat general para poder apoyarte en todos estos cracks y vámonos. Se está moviendo el mercado, damas y caballeros. También, por cierto, si quieren tradear futuros con nosotros y no tienen ni idea de cómo usar estos exchanges, dónde encontrarlos, etcétera, cáiganle a nuestro sitio de Elite Trading Academy. Es absolutamente gratis. Le pican en tutos y acá le picas en cómo tradear en Bluffin. Un videito de 5 minutos te explica, güey, cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo mandar dinero de una cuenta a la otra y cómo poder operar exactamente dentro del exchange. Aquí abajo tienes el enlace para que no te pitorreen. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, el E-Trading Academy. Vámonos de una a esto. Vamos a analizar el mercadillo, damas y caballeros. ¿Qué tenemos por acá? Tenemos, ¿sabes qué? Brian, vamos a empezar con los Bitcoin y de ahí nos vamos a lo que sigue. Alrighty, boys, good morning.
Buenos días, muchachos.
Good morning, boys.
Rocking the Ferrari drip. So give me
Wow.
exceptionally a douchebag today.
Not really. That makes you even more Mexican because Mexicans love their Ferrari gear, man. For a while, you've been living in the Checo Red Bull era, right? Where a lot of people are wearing the Red Bull thing. Before that, every Sunday, anywhere you walked, all dads that are wearing anything, they're all wearing Ferrari gear, whether it's a vest, the shirt, the entire outfit, the little t-shirt, like the button up, all that. It's everywhere. It's like their formal dad attire. And it's like, if you're a Mexican dad, you need to wear that. So Farhan, you keep making yourself more Mexican every day.
Hey, maybe it's
I'm proud of
the
you.
universe giving a sign. Maybe I'm about to be a Mexican dad.
There you go. There you go. You better fucking stay out of trouble, motherfucker. Let's watch the Bitcoin because I don't know what's going on. People were saying like it's moving, it's moving. I want to know what's going on.
Yeah. Fun price action. That's all I'll
Who wants
say.
to start it?
Very fun price action. I got
Yeah, he's
stopped on
done
my
a-
short and then it dumped.
Oh, of course. That's
I
how it works,
flip-flop.
right?
I flip-flopped long at resistance, and it did exactly my short plan. Oh my gosh. That's so
There you
funny.
go, Mr. Farhan. We're gonna start with you
Alright.
with the Bitcoin.
Hey, everyone on the Bitcoin. Yeah, having a lot of fun, are you? You've been liquidated by Mr. President for the third time.
Everyone's been liquidated by Mr. President. My wallet exploded. All of it.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Mr. President has fucked me good. And
People
didn't
like
even
to
buy me a
say
glass of wine.
People like to
No,
say
he never does.
GCMR is the greatest trader of all time. But it's Donald, it's Donald.
Oh my
All
God.
right, so we gave out an Academy short, I believe it was yesterday, and so far, so knock on wood, I don't have any wood. Here's some wood. It is so far playing out. We have tapped that 50% on the HPDR right around $104,400, which is we went a little bit higher than there. So Farhan was wrong. Fuck him, he's a retard. But we entered that short right there and at about 104. Stop loss right now is this wick high at one a little bit not this weekly wick high, but a little bit lower. It's around 105,801. I'll show you this wick high right over here. This is by bit, so it's a little bit different from the chart that I'm looking at. It is 105,724 on Bluffin, and on the index, it is, I believe, 801, 720. So I use 801 to get a little bit higher than that number and hopefully, possibly not get liquidity grabbed. Let's switch back to the Bluffin chart and go back to the weekly.
Look at you trading on the Bluffing chart right here on your trading view. How fucking
And this
fancy.
and this makes it so much easier because then before I would have to first go to the trading view, find my setup, and then I would have to open the Bluffin app to get the exact numbers. But now that trading view has directly the Bluffin perpetuals data, it just completely takes one of those steps out for me.
Yeah, I'm
Before when
retarded for not doing it. So thank you for the tip.
and that's why I gave out the entry on the Academy short as a range. I didn't give it as one number. I put it as a range between like $200 or $300 range to give the variance between exchanges. On Bluefin, the entry is at about 101, 1045. On Bybit, it's a little bit different. On BitGet, it's a little bit different. All these other exchanges, slight variance in these prices. So if you're using the wrong exchange, like for example, you're actually trading on Bluefin, and your exchange is looking at on one of the other ones, and your entry you want to put it at like the other exchange says 104,650 or 104,700, and Bluefin will say like 104,585. So you'll put your entry at that higher one. It'll never hit that number because you're trading on Bluefin, you're not trading on that other exchange, and then it'll go to your entry, and then you're gonna sit there as a salty little bitch because you didn't get filled in your entry, and your entry was wrong, but your whole idea was right. That's why you got to use the exchange that you're actually trading on. Otherwise, you're probably not going to get filled unless you front run your entries. But from that entry as of right now, we are currently to the wick low, gone down about 3.23%. And we're still currently pointed to the downside, and the bias is still that short is going to play out. And we got 4 days left to go, 4 days, 11 hours, an eternity in cryptocurrency land. But as of right now, this is looking like kind of a top candle. And at the very least, if this is not going to, if this, like my bias is not that this is going to be long-term bearish, it's just giving us a little stop and breathing room before we can head back up to the upside. And usually, whenever you get one of these candles on the weekly and you are in a bullish trend, you like to reconnect with that 5 EMA, that red 5 EMA. But this is likely not going to reconnect this week. It's probably going to do it after the next weekly open. And then that 5 EMA is slowly going to make its way up to right around that 50% on the HBDR. That 50% right now sits at $99,600. Somewhere around there, I have heavy bias. That is going to be our next very, very high probability local bottom, if not a macro bottom, and we should make another attempt for 104s at that point. And the next time we test that 104s area, based on how much people just like us took that short, but those people they're taking a swing short, whereas we know this is just a scalp to get us a better entry for the long. A lot of stop losses in that area. Once you tap this 104s, 105s area 104, 105s area again, probably going to see another one of these busting action candles, probably going to go straight to 110, maybe a little bit above there. And I think that 110 areas to 112 is probably going to be our next, 114 to give you the extremity. It's probably going to be our next short-term stop and rest area before we bust up again to somewhere around 120s. And the worst case scenario where it would still be bullish is if the 9 EMA rises up to 38.2%, and then it comes down to somewhere over there. Although that is a little bit less of my bias because there's a lot of people looking for that right now. And whenever we get these busting action moves, we rarely get those deeper pullbacks. We almost always just get the shallow pullbacks and then continue busting action. Now let's go. And right now, if you look at the weekly, momentum is now freshly entering into the bullish control zone with volatility expansion. The last time that we had this was during the busting action move of November of 2024, the United States setup. Whenever we find out that we had a Bitcoin president, the Bitcoin president. And how much did we move up last time we entered into that bullish control zone? About 11%. And then when we entered it again, because it is possible it could be a deviation of the bullish control zone like it was here, where we went up 11%, consolidated and pulled back, and then the busting action happened. So maybe we get that little bit of a pullback here. Where did we reconnect? Oh, beautiful, right to that red 5 EMA. Right now, that red 5 EMA is right at that 98, 99 area. Very confluence, very bias fitting with the Academy short. And then we did about 47% to the upside. So if we go from here and do 11%, we've just basically done that move, basically to a T. This was roughly the 11 to 12% before we connected with the red 5 EMA, and then we did 50%. So 11% up. How much? Get down to the 5 EMAs. Let's do this 50%, and then let's do some 47% or 40% busting action from this area.
What?
Even if we did 30%, it would take us to around $130,000. But that 40%, and this is being conservative because we did a lot more than 40% on the last one. That'd take us to right around $140,000. Wow, very interesting, very cool. Thank you, Satoshi. Very cool. Come on. 2 week is also getting momentum to the upside, now getting out of the bearish control zone, getting very close to the reset point. Where is my volatility?
Just give it 30 minutes. It's coming.
Oh, it's coming, all right.
Oh, there you go. There you go. There she is.
And the last time we approached this area on momentum on the 2 week, getting back out of the bearish control zone was right over here in late 2024. Once again, right before we had some serious busting action. And we're coming off of a major bottom right over here on this red flash on momentum. This is when momentum gets 100% on the downside. This so far has basically a 100% accuracy of calling at the very least local bottoms, if not macro bottoms. This fired off on our literal bear market bottom. No, Not bear market bottom, but I mean bottom of the summer sideways consolidation, right around like $76,000. Our bottom, sure, it was a little bit lower. It was like $2,000 lower, but would you have based off of a 2-week setup if you're trading high leverage and you're probably kind of retarded anyways. So I don't know if I could help you in that situation, but on this type of setup, you would probably want to take like a 2 or 3x max because you're going to get such insane results. So $2,000, you wouldn't have even cared, and you would have still gotten a pretty optimal setup off of that, and you would currently be up about 28%. No, not 28%, my bad. Yeah, about 30%. Right now, the jewel is losing the sell signal, giving you a neutral signal, dropping in momentum below where it did in our October 2024 lows, while price is putting in a significantly higher low, giving you a hidden bullish divergence. And have we put in the local bottom? We have put in the local bottom and on this candle here. Actually, we technically did it here. So the divergence has been confirmed, and our minimum target would be our current all-time highs from that 2-week divergence, which we're basically there already. The next target off of that divergence would be your median, and right now that's sitting at about $110,000. And let's go a bit. Now let's switch to the index because Bluefin doesn't have enough data to go to the monthly.
Those fucking bastards.
Fucking Chinese exchanges can't have data from before they existed. Retards. On the monthly, we have momentum now flipped back over the moving average, which was the idea for the last couple of weeks while it was below. That very likely before the end of the month, it is going to flip back over the moving average because the quarterly had done that, and now it's bled into the monthly, and we're getting some nice busting action off that momentum being forced to the upside, while volatility is at extreme lows, sitting at 6.67%. As of right now, we would have a target of the median based off that momentum and holding the 38.2%, and that median is also sitting at that $110,000 area. Lots of confluence for that $110,000 area being very significant resistance, especially because it's slightly over our previous all-time highs. So what would be a very, very, very fucky situation, basically a fuck you to both sides, go slightly over this previous all-time highs to around 110, reject the area, put in some sideways and down action over here, take out all the shorts from this area, take out all of the late horny longs, and then send us the real busting action move. And that one probably is the blow off top and the final pump we have in this rally before everything goes to shit. And if I was still in the cryptocurrency market, I'm not giving any financial advice, but I would be highly obliged to sell that pump. That's probably the final exit pump, especially with all the news that you're getting right now. You usually see this type of news at the top. Do you guys remember what the 2021 bear market started off of? It was Coinbase entering the Nasdaq, and Coinbase has now entered the S&P. Blow off top news? Maybe, maybe not, but high probability yes.
Yeah, all
Right
news
now,
are bullish as fuck. So you're right.
yeah, you usually see this type of news at the top.
Mm-hmm.
That could be wrong. I was wrong for that 2 or 3 weeks where I thought we had entered a bear market, but I was wrong there, so could be wrong here too.
Well, no, hang on.
Just
You don't know if you enter a bear market until you take
that's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's a
In
good point.
traditional markets, you would be in a bull market now because whenever you're up more than 20% in traditionals, you're in a bull market. But this is not traditionals. This is Ponzi vaporware, so can't apply the same definitions.
I think the rips on 2022 were equally as big or bigger still. I want to look
Yeah,
into it while you talk.
but we never broke significant levels though, and now we have taken out a major lower high.
Let me see.
On the quarterly, momentum is now still above the moving average, freshly flipped up on the previous quarterly close. Never once went below, just like, unlike the monthly, while volatility is sitting at extreme lows at 3.7%. Last time we had momentum flip back up above the moving average on the quarterly was around late 2023 when we went from about $30,000 to $78,000, and momentum was at extreme highs. I mean, volatility was at extreme highs at that point. Now we have volatility at extreme lows. This is a comparable setup to around volatility at lows, momentum up. We haven't had this in a while. Right over here. This was in 2016, 2017, right before the busting action to about $19,000. That's pretty insane. The only reason I'm not expecting these type of returns is because the market cap is so insanely different that you just can't expect that. How much for a percentage was this? Holy shit, 1700%. 17x on price. That would take Bitcoin to like over $1 million. That's probably close to 1.5. Just for the funsies, I kind of want to just measure that. What is 1700%? $2 million, Kathy Wood will be right. $2 million Bitcoin by end of year. Imagine what it would
Imagine.
take for that to actually happen. What would that take?
I
The
mean, we
dollar,
would have to print another like the kind of like a COVID style thing.
I think it would take even more than that because that's pretty insane to go to $2 million.
Well, if you
Maybe
print it again, you wouldn't relatively print the same. You would have to print way like if you want to get the same result, you would have to print relatively light. Like it has to be a larger amount. It's like right now, you saw the
I
drop
see.
right now that we had and the pump that we had is bigger than the ones in 2022. You're right. The dump is bigger and the pump is bigger, but it's because the market has expanded and it's growing and has grown.
Mhm.
So you're going to get the same effect on Bitcoin, right? If you on monetary expansion. So instead of needing $9 trillion or $8 trillion, whatever the fuck it was, now we're going to need $20 trillion.
If Bitcoin is trading at $2 million, how much is a ticket to the movies? How much is a Big Mac? You're probably
Just
going to spend
$2,000.
$700 on the movie tickets.
Yeah, would be
I don't know if we
crazy.
I don't know if we want to live in that world, fellas.
Oh no.
And the quarterly right now is getting just over that median resistance. Our previous all-time high was rejection of the median. So this would be the prime area for bears to reject it. Like if they can't reject it here, it's gonna get some insane busting action. And right now the quarterly top of the 38.2%, which we did not hit in the 2021 cycle high, but we did hit it in the 2017 cycle high basically perfectly, is sitting at about $200,000, $194,000. This would be the George number. This would be the number where if bears really can't reject it before this quarterly close, we're gonna go to that 38.2%. Very, very, very likely. And it is gonna change. And it could change very drastically. Before it was at 205 and then it went down to about 170. But that would still be pretty fucking high. Even even if you went down $30,000, that would still be at around $160,000. Still pretty insane for a Chinese vaporware Ponzi coin that doesn't really do anything. $160,000 is pretty wild. While the jewel still gives us the buy signal and it's just about to approach the critical zone. The jewel has never been in the critical zone in Bitcoin history of the quarterly. A little bit. And right now, a little bit more confluence with that pullback idea and the target for the TP on the short, and that would be a nice retest of this 21 EMA and this median as it slowly makes its way up. If you notice where we found our bottom after the last consolidation phase, where we had some busting action and then we went sideways and up, we corrected basically right to that daily median, and then we had our next busting action move. And this is that famous phrase you like to see on crypto Twitter, which rarely ever happens. The vertical accumulation, where it's accumulating and it's going up at the same time. Then you get busting action. This is the type of moves where the market makes where it absolutely does not want to let you in into any type of longs. It wants to shake you out of your longs before it does more busting action. And that's what I'm thinking is happening now, where the market is consolidating, trying to shake you out of your longs, trying to get all the people short, and then puts maybe a little bit of a fake move to the downside, and then some busting action. And right now on the daily, also momentum is coinciding with the idea of a pullback with getting out of the bullish control zone. Right now, below the moving average, while volatility resets, and now the jewel has lost its buy signal. 12-hour momentum is pointed to the downside, now getting into the negative area while volatility expands. The jewel has a sell signal right now. It's still in the bullish posturing with the pink above the yellow, but somewhere around this area is where I would expect it to flip back up, which would also put it in drive of hidden bullish divergence and then get us primed for some busting action. Basically, exactly what it did every single one of these sideways consolidation moves. We just went sideways for a little bit and up, while momentum made its way down, put in hidden bullish divergence, and then busting action. Exactly what happened all throughout this rally, which is now possible once again. 4 hours also giving us that idea of a pullback, giving us a swing failure of all of these highs. This is what stopped me out. Did not expect us to sweep all of these highs before the move to the downside, but I guess I should have expected some fuck you price action. I am once again back in the short. So and I've put a little bit of a higher stop loss, so this time I'll hopefully not get liquidity grab, because if we break these highs, we're likely going to $110,000. So then I will just flip long. It was probably wise if I would have put my stop loss at this high, but the only reason I didn't is because I was using a 100x leverage and I didn't want to take that much of a loss. But now I've reduced the leverage. I've gone a little tranquilo. So this one, it's 50x, very tranquilo, but I shouldn't get liquidity grabbed. Right now, the 4 hour is below the median. We're very close to getting, not very close, but about halfway there to getting that close. In about an hour, 48 minutes, we will get that close below the median. And then that will activate for me a move down to somewhere around the 100 EMA. The reason I'm not saying 55 is because this area is now weak. And especially with this front one of the 55, there's going to be a bunch of liquidity at this area right here, which is going to blast us through that 55 IMO and straight to the 100, which is right around that $99,000 area. And as it slowly makes its way up, this is going to be the area where I'm going to start. Basically, right around here I'm going to start closing my short, close it completely right around $99,000, 99.8, and then at the 100, I'm going to start going for max longs, absolute max balls to the walls, full leverage to the tits longs right around this area. Probably even going to do a 50x long here, and my stop loss will be this wick low at about $95,840. If this low gets taken, then you're probably going to dump somewhere around this 200, where I'll just re-long over here. But I'm immediately going to close if we don't see a very sharp and violent reaction from this 200. I want to see a close over $95,500. Close below $95,500, closing all longs, then I'm going to be focusing on shorts at that point. I don't think that's going to happen though. My bias is that we're going to bounce a lot higher, somewhere in the 99s. I'm open to a move to 95.5s. I would still max long the area. I'd just be a little bit more cautious in that area. And below that area, I'd be getting out of all longs. But right now, I'm leaning towards the short playing out to right around 99s. TP right around there, then flip long. Now let's switch to the RSI. Actually, let's do Tether real quick. Tether is still breaking down. Now it's just about to lose these wick lows. Whenever we lose these wick lows, this is where we're going to get our busting action on Bitcoin. And this is where Tether is likely going to capitulate. Once you drop below these wick lows, you're very likely going to get a pretty aggressive move down to this 100 EMA, which right now is at about 3.43%. Slowly makes its way up somewhere around that mid 3% area. It's going to take all of these lows and IMO. This is going to be the blow off top on Bitcoin. And this is where we find our next what do you call it, macro bottom on Tether. And probably from here, you're going to see some busting action on Tether. Probably doesn't break the trend, but you're going to see some sharp pullbacks on Bitcoin, because Tether can, from this point, can pump up all the way up to the meme line very easily. And that meme line is like a 16-17% move up on Tether, which would correlate with somewhere around a 30% move down on Bitcoin. So if we were to hit somewhere around $130,000, 30% move down, it's not going to be. It doesn't sound like that much, but that's quite the dollar figure, because 10% is $13,000. 13, 13, 13, you're getting a $40,000 dump. Pretty sure a lot of normies are going to start freaking out if they see Bitcoin dropping $40,000. At that point, probably where it puts in its lower high, and then the bear market starts. And imagine how the fluctuation of emotions on that goes up to 130, dumps $40,000 down to the 90s, maybe slightly below, then makes another lower high at right around 110, 115. When we're back at 115, everyone's going to be like $250,000 next, then dumps from 115 to 70s. That'd be amazing. 2 week is now right at that breakdown zone as well, at that wick low. We can lose that 38.2%, probably going to start that aggressive down towards the threes. And that lines up with also the 2 week 100 or 200. Weekly is also confirmed the breakdown closed below the meme line. As of right now, we are just back testing that meme line and we're just projecting it. Just want to lose these wick lows so we can get that capitulation candle. And that would be a god candle on Bitcoin. 5 days trying to get a bounce right now, still rejecting the meme line. And what I like to see, what is very beautiful, let's zoom in on this. Look at that 21 EMA and that 55 EMA. Absolutely beautiful. And there's the 9 right in that same area. You could put one dot right there and you would have all 3 of those EMAs. This is one of the most beautiful silver crosses to the downside that you will ever see. God, this is like a chef's kiss silver cross. You had one of these silver crosses right around here. Then look what happened. You got a little retest, and then you got one of the biggest dumpzillas that I've ever seen on Tether. This was a 30% move to the downside over literally just weeks, a few weeks. This was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 10 candles, 50 days. 50 days is like what, a little less than 2 months. Then we got 30% to the downside on Tether, which correlates with like a 60% move to the upside on Bitcoin. That would take us to about 150 to $160,000. Very interesting. And as long as we have that silver cross, as long as we're below this area, Tether is mega bearish. And we got momentum in the bearish control zone with volatility expansion. Today is also getting momentum to the downside in the bearish control zone while volatility expands, and we're getting a sell signal on the jewel, fresh sell signal. Getting a fresh sell signal after this much of a dump ski, pretty bad. 2 day as well is just on the verge of giving us a silver cross to the downside. Maybe 1, maybe 2 closures max, and that is going to confirm. And when that confirms, likely gives you a dump ski with that. Daily is trying to pick back up on momentum, getting back over the moving average while volatility contracts. We are attempting to grind out some type of bottom right here, but as long as we're below this 200 and even more immediately, as long as we're below the 5, it's still leaning bearish. Once you start closing over that 200, which lines up with this meme line, that's where you're going to get more of a extended bounce. And that bounce is probably going to take you up to somewhere around this 21 EMA and this 38.2%, which is going to be a little bit of a pullback on Bitcoin. That would be the idea of playing out to right around $99,000 area. It's still just going to make a lower high and probably going to dump from there. But that would be how much of a move on Tether? That'd be about like 6 to 7% on Tether. 4 hours also trying to grind out a bottom, regaining momentum back at the reset zone while volatility approaches 0. Now the 4 hour has lost the sell signal on the jewel and switched to a neutral signal. We're getting 4 hour right over that median right now. Medians are right around 4.58%. If we can't close over that area, that is going to confirm this for me as a local bottom on Tether, and probably going to expect to see a move to the upside somewhere around that 55 EMA, which is about like that, which is going to drop. I'd hope to see it somewhere around this meme line at about like 4.69%. Just get a nice little bearish retest of the 4.69% number, maybe a little bit higher to sweep these highs right here, and then you can get your massive dump ski to that 3s. No, let's switch to the RSI. In the jungle. I don't know why that song came to my head. Okay. Monthly now has active bearish divergence. Getting very close to being invalidated. You already seen the triangle appear for possible invalidation of that divergence, and it is going to invalidate with any close over $95,871, which we're quite above right now. Quite above right now. You get that close, invalidates that divergence, you'd have a minimum move into your simple moving average, which right now is at about $140,000. And likely it changes a little bit, but I don't see it changing that much. Like maybe it drops to 130, but that's still quite the pump ski. That's still 30% move from where we are right now. And you're getting volatility now. It's starting to expand from just below that 15% point, getting over the moving average. The last time you had this set up was back in late 2024 or late 2023. And late 2023 is when you had your real busting action. You got a 100% move to the upside, more than 100%. 100% move to the upside from here would take us to 200K, which I don't think is going to happen. But 130s to 150s is not really that crazy compared to that. That's why you got to look at the absolute moon boy scenarios to make your scenarios look a lot more realistic. Because if you look at people with targets of $1 million, then it doesn't look so bad whenever you say 130 to 150. Perspective is key. Now let's wait for this to load. Come on. Quarterly still has that active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Crazy how this never got invalidated. Came very close, just never confirmed it. And now we're still going to be active as long as we're closing above $76,702. And our next target on that divergence is going to be the critical zone, which likely doesn't hit because our last major top was in the critical zone, and we've been making consecutive lower highs. So probably is not going to hit that critical zone. That critical zone levels is right now at $526,000. Hey, if I'm wrong, Bitcoin will go to $526,000 and the world has gone to shit. But probably not going to happen. Probably going to top somewhere below 200,000. 2-week has a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence off of this last higher lower at the 21 EMA. Very, very funny how this 21 has just been holding all the way through. We got a backtest of the 21, busting action, backtest of the 21, busting action, backtest of the 21, busting action. You could have basically only traded this 2-week 21 EMA, max longed it every time you hit it, and you would have outperformed 99.999999% of crypto traders. Pretty funny how the most simple things seem to work in crypto, just like the moons, where if the moon is full, you long. If the moon is new, you short. Pretty funny how that works. You don't got to make it so complicated with people with 11 or 12 monitors. 2-week now has that hidden bullish divergence on the back of this jewel losing the sell signal and volatility at extreme lows. Recipe for busting action. Nothing on that. 2-day still has that active 3 drives of bullish divergence. Your next target is going to be into the critical zone, which right now is at about $132,000. Let's just get this nice little dump ski to 99s. We can max long and then ride it to 120s to 130s. Daily has currently active bearish divergence, goes along with that idea of a pullback, and it is going to be active as long as we're closing below about $105,000. And our next move on that divergence is going to be the edge of the bullish control zone, which right now sits at, oh, wonderful $99,900. So much bias fitting today. While volatility is starting to contract, telling you that you're probably going to put in a higher low. 4-hour also has 3 drives of bearish divergence. Makes me very happy to be short and hard. And this divergence is going to be confirmed as long as we're closing below $105,000. Next target is going to be this 55 EMA, which is about 1015. Maybe you get a little bit of a bounce here. Probably not going to do much. And then you're probably going to come to somewhere around this 100. It's right around $99,000. Very beautiful. Now let's switch to Tether to give any divergences on that. Oh, I hate this thing. Tether is now about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence on the monthly. It's very beautiful to see. I've never once seen a hidden bearish divergence on the monthly in Tether's history. Never. Because usually whenever you confirm the bearish divergences on Bitcoin, you put in a bear market and then Tether gets a massive pump ski. But this time around, Tether just put in a lower high while Bitcoin put in a higher low off of the bearish divergence. Very interesting if that's what we'll see in the future. If instead of bearish divergence causing multi-year downtrends, if it just causes a multi-week downtrend, and instead of going down like 85%, we just go down like 37 to 40%, and then we get another busting action from there. That would be something different from what we've had in previous Bitcoin cycles. But also the difference between from now and previous Bitcoin cycles is now we have ETFs, but I'm not sure how much of a difference that makes because all I look at is it's at the green and red dildos. I don't really know what to make of the ETF stuff. The divergence will be confirmed if you can close below about 4.94%, which we are significantly below right now. And our first target is going to be the neutral zone of the RSI, which right now sits at about 3.99%, right into that threes. The next target is going to be the simple moving average, which is going to slowly rise, but right now it's just below 2% at 1.82%. I don't think it's going to go that low. I think it's probably going to top bottom somewhere in the threes, maybe high twos, and that's where that's going to correlate with our probable Pico top on Bitcoin. 2 weeks still has active bullish divergence, although it's very close to being invalidated. Basically already is invalidated. The invalidation would be a formality at this point. You're waiting for 2 closes below this level here, which is about 4.94%, or 1 close below 4.49%. So basically, once you get this closed, even if it bounces to this to somewhere around this moving average close to right here, it would still be another close below this 4.94%, and it would invalidate. And at that point, I'd be looking at this 200 right around 3.9, 3.8. Weekly has active bearish divergence, giving you very high probability that the 2 week will invalidate the bullish divergence. And you've already hit the easy target, which is the neutral zone of the RSI. The next level is going to be the bearish control zone, which wonderfully lines up with my bias at 3.49%. Let's zoom in. Oh, higher low. Interesting. So you see some lows right here on Tether. You see some lower lows, while RSI is making higher lows, giving you possible bullish divergence. While volatility is getting to extremes, very close to contraction, telling you that if we do confirm that bullish divergence, probably just going to put in a lower high, giving you a higher low on Bitcoin, and then the busting action. And that divergence will confirm if you can get any type of close above about 4.7%, which is right around that 200 SMA, which then gives you your extended bounce on Tether to somewhere around that 4.8% area for that 21 EMA retest. Bitcoin gets that move to 99, and then we can dump ski. And 4 hours already confirmed that divergence. And it will be active as long as you're closing above 4.47%. And your next target off of that divergence is going to be this bullish control zone, which right now sits at 4.68%, right below my 4.69% target. The next level is going to be this. Oh, it's right at the 55 EMA as well. Next level is the 100, right around that 4.8% area. Probably going to top somewhere between this 4.7 and 4.8% area. It would be one of those sucky moves like crypto loves to do by sweeping these highs, going up to this 100, putting in a swing failure pattern, and then closing below this 55. That would be a very, very, very nice shooting star, and then we can dump ski, giving us our massive pump on Bitcoin. Let's go to the momentum now. Tether on the quarterly is still pointed very heavily to the downside, entering into the critical zone, and we're pointed down as long as we're below 5.66%. But note, as long as we're sitting above this close here at about 1.91%, momentum is still making a higher low from these lows here. Well, price is still making a higher low from these lows here, while momentum is making significantly lower lows. So as long as you're above this area, you will have possibility for hidden bullish divergence, and that likely is what confirms our next bear market, where Tether confirms its hidden bullish divergence coming somewhere down into the threes, maybe high twos, just as long as it's above 2.5. Making a local bottom, giving you your hidden bullish divergence, and then that starts your bear market. Because then Tether is probably going to test somewhere around these fives, maybe even a little higher, while Bitcoin is probably getting those severe dump skis. Where severe, depending on how violent the next bear market is, maybe we won't see 77% of the downside, but maybe we'll see 50 to 60%. Maybe it's less, maybe it's 40% again, but it's not exactly wise to bet this time would be different. Monthly is still positioned to the upside, but it's approaching the edge of the bearish control zone. This is the area where it likely does go pretty significantly up on the pivot, because it should be more difficult for the bulls to keep momentum up at the edge of the bearish control zone right now. But right now it is going to be pointed up above 4.15%. Right now we're also very close to getting volatility expansion. We haven't quite gotten it yet, still below the moving average, but very close. 2 week is now freshly flipping down on momentum, or about to flip down on momentum, right at the edge of the bearish control zone, and it will flip down if we can close below 5.1%, which we're a good amount below right now. While 2 week is just about to give us a volatility setup. Weekly is also flipped to the downside, but breaking out of the bullish control zone, very close to the bearish control zone, and it's flipped down below 5.85. 5 days also flipped strongly down with volatility support and expanding from below 15%, and it's pointed down below 5.52. Two-day is currently flipped freshly to the upside with volatility about to start contracting, and it's going to be flipped up above 4.59%, giving nice confluence with a nice little retest of the silver cross to the downside, and then we can dump. Daily is also about to flip to the upside, right at the critical zone, and it will flip up above 4.52%, and that will coincide with volatility contracting from extreme highs. And 4 hours now freshly flips to the upside, right at the edge of the critical zone, and it will remain up above 4.51%. There we go. Bitcoin is going to flip freshly back to the upside on momentum as long as you can close above $100,500, which we are above right now. And if you notice here, we went lower than these lows of momentum, while price made a higher low, giving us possible hidden bullish divergence. So if we close over $100,500 at the end of this month, we will confirm that hidden bullish divergence with volatility expansion from extreme lows, giving us a volatility setup, giving us hidden bullish divergence. Busting action if I've ever heard of any busting action, if I've ever seen any before. And the last time we had that volatility setup, we didn't have any hidden bullish divergence. So you should see busting action at the very least of this degree, maybe even more, because we have hidden bullish divergence this time. Quarterly has always remained to the upside, never once flipped down, and it's going to remain up as long as we're above $93,000, which we are now $10,000 above. 2-week is freshly flipped to the upside with a volatility setup, and we're going to be flipped up above $94,900. Weekly is also to the upside with a derp of life and volatility support, and it's going to be flipped down below $80,500. 5 days is also positioned to the upside with volatility support, and it's going to be pointed up above 87,100. 2 days is now flipped freshly down with volatility contraction, telling you high probability of a higher low, and you're going to be flipped down below 103,250. And what would that be? It would just be a perfect retest of this line on the silver cross to come down to the 99s. Daily is also freshly flipped to the downside with volatility contraction, and it is going to be flipped down below 104,450. And 4 hours now freshly flipped to the downside on momentum, and it's going to be flipped down and rejecting the bullish control zone as long as you're below 103,950. So all of the high time frames right now on Bitcoin are aligning to the upside, still looking pretty mega bullish. We've taken out our last major lower high right around $99,500. We're putting in hidden bullish divergence on the monthly, which we've never done before after having a bearish divergence. Looking like we're in a different game now. Tether is looking pretty mega bearish. You still have active bearish divergence. Which would give you a target of that 100 EMA on the monthly right around 3.5 to 3.4%. On your lower time frames, Bitcoin is putting in bearish divergence on the daily, and momentum is starting to flip down freshly on the daily and the 2-day, while you're getting a silver cross to the downside on Tether and silver cross to the upside on Bitcoin. It is pretty likely that as long as these highs of 105, 800 area hold, that you're probably going to get a quick little move to the downside on Bitcoin, while Tether moves up on the bullish divergence. Tether probably retest somewhere around 4.7 to 4.8%, while Bitcoin comes to retest somewhere around $99,000 to $98,000. Very, very high probability you bounce in that area, and I would expect to go to new all-time highs from that bounce. If you drop below $98,000, your next level is around 95,500, which I'm still going to be max bidding in that area because there is still a very high possibility you could bounce and go to new all-time highs from there. Once you start losing 95.5, though, I would be cutting all longs and I would start to get worried. But right now, I do think we get a little bit of a pullback to 99s, 98s, bounce there, and I expect hidden bullish divergence to be putting off of that low and the new all-time highs.
1 second.
Very nice.
Very nice.
All right. Oh,
Fun fact based off of that. Did you know when they went to film Borat in Kazakhstan, those villagers were told that it was actually a real documentary. They didn't know that they were filming a comedy.
Yeah, all of Borat was kind of like that to everyone.
And then they filed a lawsuit for like $30 million.
did they
Yeah,
win?
no,
No, because
Hmm.
the studio
they got
proved to them in
releases.
court that they all had signed releases, and it was clearly
Uh,
obvious that it had comedic intent.
Yeah, it's just if you're too stupid to understand, it's kind of your fault. You know what I mean?
yeah.
They really
Nah,
tried to sue him.
Yeah,
I'm not
Because they
surprised though.
thought, because each person was paid like $5, so they thought
yeah,
they were like, "Oh, we were severely underpaid."
yeah. Well, sirs, you got a fucking release, and you were like, "Thank you." You
You
know?
let him
Like,
release,
hey, $5, I'll take it.
Yeah,
basically. So, we're going through an interesting market right now. Farn brings up a great point, though. I mean, often there is the most bullish news flow at tops. Now, I'm going in today long, and I'm long biased, but very, very, very close to being invalidated currently. Now, I'm going into today looking at, all the EMAs and just kind of what price is done. And let's look at that. So this, going into yesterday, I was short bias, and clearly that worked, but I, canceled those limits and flipped long. And so now I'm currently in the trade and I'm playing the trade. And so currently right now, we're still caught in this range. Things don't change with volatility. When you often go to the top of a range, you then go to the bottom of the range. That's just how ranges are. Easy tap of the top, little wick up to that 1044, beautiful rejection down before leading to the follow through. So this short play that Farhan gave was a beautiful, stellar short, 10-10. But we're now at the bottom of the range, and this is where we need to really pay attention, in my opinion, because what we have is, very, very bearish price action with very bullish news. Now, it can lead you to the point of asking, well, is this already priced in? Right. And, one should ask that. I mean, consider what we've seen on Ethereum so far, what we've seen on certain altcoins, like even just like Ondo. It is a legitimate question to wonder if like we've already seen the move of this, and we just won't know until we know, and that's what the charts are going to tell us. But I can say with narrative, even if it's skewed narrative, it's very important in crypto. Crypto basically is lifeline is narrative if you really think about it. Because when you get narrative, I mean, when we really started to break out, it was the narrative that BlackRock was going to file their ETF. That's when we really started to break out on Bitcoin. And so this could be a new narrative, or this could be a local top, and this was just to sell the news. And that is literally what we're seeing so far. And how can we know this, it is actually bearish? Well, for me, I'm currently long, and I added to my long here at 1031. And it makes a lot of sense to me. As long as we're not breaking this low, I'm going to be long, and that's it. And with this, I'm going to be looking at as a range play. We went to the bottom of the range. We should see this move back up. Should take out some late shorts at least, very minimum. And this should at least, at least go to the 4-hour 9 if we end up losing it. For me now, though, I'm just gauging this wick low. If Bitcoin starts taking out basically 102,000 and like 700, yeah, I'm going to be wrong on this, and we will be then brewing a full-on breakdown to that 99,800 level, which we have now nicely is that 4-hour EMA 100 grinding up with price, matching more around this region, giving us more of a high probability bounce zone here. 4-hour EMA 100 is a very big spot. This is basically where we bottomed the last time. After a big dump down, we then bottomed right there before going up bigly, breaking out. And so if then, Farhan's idea is right, short to max long, which is so far playing out brilliantly, the 4-hour EMA 100 would be the spot. And that lines up perfectly with his TP zone around the 99K. For me, though, it's all just dependent on this range. And so until then, I'm just going to be playing the range. I thought we would break out onto New York just based on how stocks were performing pre-market. That was wrong. We rejected. Now I'm, currently short at 103.5. That's my entry, and I added at 103.1. If we do end up breaking essentially this 102.7, yeah, I'll be completely out of all longs. And I do have a Trump long running currently as well, just so everyone is on the same page. For me though, it's going to be very dependent on today and bulls actually showing up, preferably within this 4-hour close, because what we don't want is this 4-hour to essentially lose the 9, the median, and the 5. What we could then see is this 38.2% shift up, and we just open in breakdown posturing. Would not be good. What bulls want is this to act as a spring, and this leaves a nice buyback wick where we then close above that 4-hour 9. If that can occur without taking this wick low, that's then the itchings of bullish structure forming. Daily is still in a breakout though, and so this is now becoming to the point where it's becoming too long, but this still could bull flag, and it still is, in my opinion. Now we need to start seeing follow through on this up or down soon. But really what I see on this daily is, yes, if we do end up losing that 5 today, which would basically constitute the range breaking down that I showed right around that 102.7 level, yeah, then you're gonna have a really high probability of going at least to the daily 9, which will move up around that 38.2%. It's very significant here because this is where we broke out. We are in bullish structure. This 38.2% should hold the throwback. Now we already did hold, like we've already tapped it, so this has put in a bullish retest already. This is where you want to start looking for that bullish structure before the breakout, and that's currently what I'm doing today. Because I'm going in today like, what has occurred essentially. Yesterday we had a breakdown, we had a breakout, we then reclaimed the 5, bounced off the 9, so we already hit the daily 9 after not hitting that from this breakout point. And then at this point we're now in this range, while then shorts are basically shorting within this range before you get a very obvious breakdown, and longs are as well longing within this range before you get an obvious breakout. But for me, I have to then start looking, and it's like, it's actually, what this was another, bullish reclaim. So an SFP deviation, right? You lost it, you reclaimed it, you threw it back. That's kind of the idea behind the long today. Yes, shorting the top of the range makes sense, but when you start looking at, well, you are in a breakout and on the daily HPDR, you do have volatility here, basically at the moving average. So this either could bounce here or, yeah, start resetting, and that could give shorts more bias, I guess. So this is an interesting point confirmed today. And what you have here is this HBDR telling you that this is a tight range, 50%, almost right at that resistance around 1044. This 50% at 1045. So it's just kind of showing you the range we're in between that 38.2%, right? You lose this, you get a move down to the median. That's right around that 98, 99K. Interesting confluence. But until then, I mean, you're just in a range consolidating while shorts are shorting here. While, we have a 109 target still brewing potentially. I have to look at that really objectively and really ask myself, well, is this not the right time yet to short? And what rather than this shorts are going to be fueling the move up. And that is personally why I flipped bullish around here. I do think that this news that we got is possibly a new narrative. We'll note today if this is a sell the news event with this range actually breaking down today, and then I can take a short comfortably.
Sorry, what news today?
The JP Morgan news of them using the Ondo and Link chain network basically to transact on, what was it?
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, the actual news is, and this is where everyone is playing it in Ondo's and Chainlink's favor, is they consulted them to create their own network.
I see. Yeah, and all my whole thing on that is this simple narrative of just our stock's going to tokenize. And that I have no idea anything about these shit coins. All I know simply is what my friend Matthew has told me, which she's brought this up. But for me, it's like the new narrative would just be the tokenization of stocks using blockchain. That alone, and if they do end up not, using, let's say, JP Morgan kind of developed thing, but more like what they're doing in and working with like Ondo or Link, but they're still making some kind of private network using their technology. that could be looked at as bullish. And, the stock market is kind of already gauging or pre-pepping this when we saw already, I think like in the beginning of last year, the stock market on Robinhood being able to go 24/7. So it's like the itchings of that could be the new narrative. But again, it's just news at the end of the day. And we again have seen Ethereum already pump bigly, which there's no talk of them using ETH. They actually use Chainlink instead. So then you have to wonder, well, okay, is ETH about to dump bigly, which it already is? And then Link and Ondo, they're an altcoin. So are they just going to liquidity grab on the news and then that was it? That's why today is very important because this truly is a new narrative type of thing. $1 trillion, multi-trillion dollar stock market's going to be tokenized on blockchain technology, yada, yada, yada. And you have to wonder then, was this why Trump was scaling shitcoins, like a lot, honestly. And he was shilling and scaling them and buying a lot of Ethereum, though. I have no idea, right? And that's why, I just click buttons and that's it. We have a range zone. I know that. And the range is easy to identify. And so if you start breaking down, okay, yeah, this could be potentially a sell the news, especially if you see, let's say that daily 38.2% shift up, we lose it. Then it's going to be then really probable we're going to go to that daily median. Until then, we're now at literally bottom of support. We do have bullish news flow, so we want to see how markets react to that, and it was off the bat very bearish. But for me now, I'm just really watching carefully this zone. This is kind of the line in the sand for bulls, and if they end up losing this, we are probably most likely going to capitulate. So it's going to be quite crucial to hold this. I mean, even the 4 hour is showing that. If you start losing this, yeah, you're now in a breakdown on the 4 hour. That EMA 34, the hopium is that you just tap it and go. But with everything that we're already seeing and everything we've talked about and this rejection, you do have to just question this 34 on the 4 hour and rather look to the EMA 100 on the 4 hour, which would be the next target if you start breaking down, which is coming in right around that 99,800 level, 99,100. This will move up though. And so what would be really nice, confirmation at least, if let's say I don't short this and then maybe we get the short on the bearish retest like there, great, I can then max long this EMA 100. Very likely you get a mean reversion bounce at minimum there. So yeah, that's kind of what I see on Bitcoin today. It's still in a range. We're just now at the bottom of it. It's now, we need to see bulls show up now. I will say I'm currently long here and I added, but I am watching carefully because if you start breaking down here, yeah, this could start getting ugly and you very aggressively could start moving. What you're noticing on the 12 hours that EMA 34 is right around 99,100. You've already slightly front ran the 21 here. So, it's like, okay, maybe you get a bounce off the 21, possibly then puts in that bearish retest around the zone. But yeah, I mean, it's just going to then start really looking like 99,000s will be the next stop. So, that's kind of what's on the table here. But it's not activated until you actually get a breakdown. And what you're noticing is each time we're moving down, Bitcoin's getting bought up. The interest is there. And so that's why it's going to be important on this 12 hour to really gauge if, we're still getting bought up here after the news flow. Because if you don't and you just start dumping, then it's like, yeah, you have to question if there's even a new narrative, if Ethereum's whole thing was a bull trap, if they're not even going to use Ethereum, why did ETH pump then? Was it just speculation? Things like that. But until then, we just have to gauge support at support with the 12 hour fully reset. So I'm just telling you that in this range, you really haven't seen any volatility yet. And that will come when you either get a reclaim or a breakdown. So that's Bitcoin. Very interesting today. It's always fun flip-flopping. And then, your original idea was right. But I'm still holding out hope that we're going to see this turn out to be a major bear trap today. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for. But I understand, so far the trade was to be short. But, when I view the 2-day and I'm just viewing everything, it's not telling me that we're massively bearish yet. It's just more like we should throw it back. We should test these levels. But there's really nothing telling me that this is confirmed yet. Even on the 2-day, you're holding the 5. I mean, the daily's even holding the 5. The 2 days just again retesting the breakout zone. before, you know, you potentially are going to go up to that 110,000. It's interesting to see this 61.8% right around there. And, you know, you're just caught within this range, even on the 2-day. So, you know, it's like there are legitimate reasons to short the top of the range, but when you get a nice move down like what we've had, it's definitely not, you know, dumb to look a little closer, see, okay, are we going to get a bounce, and should I be scaling longs here? You know, until we lose this, even on like an hourly, I'm gonna be more on that approach. You know, and you can easily front run this idea if, like, let's say that hourly 100 gets lost. You know, that's kind of where my idea is. I'm scaling longs. I'm in a long. I added here. We start losing this hourly 100 and then start closing lower time frames. You know, like 2 closures below it, I'll just cut the trade. You know, save a
I
little bit.
apologize if you mentioned it already. What's your TP?
110,000. But that's
Nice.
assuming you get the breakout. It's the same rule applies to longs. You got to get the breakout, which now will just be based on getting above this wick high rejection. You start getting,
Right,
you know,
because I copy traded you.
oh, you're long?
I opened a small one.
Nice. No, you know, even if you're short, you could hedge. You have literal price divergence here. So you have my favorite RR trade. You're at a very logical place with, you know, the bottom of the support while everyone's max shorting this because, oh my gosh, we just dumped. You do have to wonder, you know, if this is going to turn into a major bear trap, leading to continuation. If we're getting right, I always ask myself this: if we're getting like setups that have a legitimate thing that could take us to over like $120,000 on Bitcoin, like if we go to the monthly, right? It's like, what's gonna? I always like we always say this, like what's gonna take us there though? The charts can be bullish, but there has to be some kind of narrative to take us here. You know, we had the Trump pump elections, we had ETFs, we had the bank collapse, we had inflation. Like, what's going to be the new narrative to take us to 170? And I mean, I just think it's screaming obvious if they just tokenize the stock market, even if that's not even on the camp of happening even the next 10 years, that even just being talked about could be enough.
No, this started in 2022. Just so you know, they started with the Texas Stock Exchange, right? That they're opening down there. So this is just like the next steps.
I see. So then maybe the itching of it, or the, you know, I don't know. I don't follow shitcoin news a lot.
Well, you're right. We're getting closer to that. So everything is getting tokenized, right? So yeah,
it seems obvious.
Yeah, this should be.
It would be more convenient if, like, let's say the technology is actually very solid and safe. I would prefer tokenized stocks. That would be great. I can then degenerately leverage, you know, everything and actually legally trade in America and do.
Well, they don't want to. Hang on, they don't want to do that. What they want to do is they want to be either the custodials and give you a custodial wallet where if you buy stocks right now, you just have like your investment account and it says that you have whatever. So you would basically get an NFT with the worth of your stock. Does that make sense? So you would basically buy a Tesla stock, you would have it in your little wallet and it would be there.
But I believe that 100, because as long as boomers can just see it in their account,
it's going there.
Yeah, it's good for them. They don't need to transfer. They don't need wallet addresses. They can just see the numbers and their apps and Schwab or whatever say they got it. They're good with that.
100%.
So again, yeah, I really, you know, was surprised on the news. I haven't been following this. So I don't know if this was just major news. When my friend told me, I was just like, oh, I've never heard of that. Okay. And then, you know, we get, you know, the news today on it being on Ondo, which makes sense because they tokenize the technology for it. But, you know, whenever I start talking like this, it does often, you know, either whenever I get excited about altcoins, it usually doesn't work out. I'll just say that. And that's why, though. I mean, that's the point. You know, I'm very excited about Trump, actually, Trump coin. It's like an X on antipsychotic medication that just is very unpredictable. Just, you know, it has potential, but very unpredictable. This has potential, boys. Like, this does legitimately have potential. And I've been like wondering for like a week now, why is Trump coin looking good? You know, it's like, and it's just based on the weekly 9, nothing more.
Don't you have a volatility setup on the daily? Hang on, I
don't think so now. But you are
it's expanding
above the moving average, so there is that hope.
Yeah.
You know, Maybe the 12-hour you thought. Oh, 12 hours resetting. So,
I
but you
can't
just
remember
like
where I saw it. Yeah.
visually though, it's like, and I know we're doing Bitcoin, but I just want to say this, like visually it looks kind of good. Actually, you have a trend shift, weekly EMA9 reclaim 1 week. This needs to hold to this week, and then you could see expansion into next week. When you have major sell-offs like this, and it's a coin like Trump, and we know he likes crypto and he's a literal president, would it be the most insane to see a shitcoin rally to fill out some of this inefficiency? Probably not. And literally, it could go all the way up to here even, and then do this and lower Hyatt and then dump. I'm watching Trump coin. All this stuff is looking good. And the reason I'm even bringing up Trump coin is because I'm always like for a short, and markets are looking quite nice where Bitcoin's at. But I do always question everything, and I know how this game goes. When alts are just blaring obvious like Trump, that's an obvious trade. If you're TA and you look at it on the weekly, you're like, oh yeah, this is beautiful. Usually those like beautiful setups are traps. It's like those head and shoulders that everyone sees, they often don't play out. But my point being in that is, you don't need to oversize on leverage. You don't need to be too degenerate. Like I gave an academy long on Trump. You can play that without betting the house. And with Bitcoin, long is just logical. It's just based on the range and it's based on where we're at. And if I'm wrong, that's perfectly okay. Minimal losses across the board. And then guess what? We can just short it and then target the medians. So the daily and the 2-day medians. Until then, this literally could just bust up, fill this wick, and we are in hindsight like, oh yeah, this was just a throwback of the 38.2% before all-time high. Everyone just kind of shorted this. So that's just what my brain is telling me. We'll have to see though. Probably we'll know today if being short or being long is wise. And hopefully we can play both. So that's it. I'll say this too. The 12-hour is still giving that buy signal, which is just as long as you hold the 9. A very layman simple trading strategy. As long as you're above that 12-hour 9, you are in a buy signal here. And even here, the HBD on the 12-hour is like, yeah, you hold this, you can move all the way back up to 105 too.
That's one of Crown strategies, although I don't remember the statistics for it. That you enter long reclaiming the 12-hour 9, and then you exit when you lose it.
So yeah, and it's not a high hit rate. But the point being is that
it's around like 40s, but whenever it does play out, it plays out big.
Exactly. The point being though is that you can take a bunch of hits on your stop losses and the hit rate goes down, but when you get into a trade like let's just say this one, right? At 84s and you close it at 94s, it's great, beautiful. And then you reopen it and then you close it here, like that was green. And then this strategy worked out here where you open the long here, boom, you cut along at 95s, and here we are at 103s. Very simple layman strategy, but it works, and that still is valid. And we have a volatility setup now while everyone's shorting. And what do you have here if you just catch it with the eye? You have bullish structure potentially forming here. Now again, all can crumble. It definitely all can crumble if you start taking these lows out. But like if you just like do this and then this, I mean, we'll just like look back at this and be like, yeah, this was just like a bullish retest, consolidation, bull flag on the daily, and the 12-hour never lost to 9. Now we start losing this range though. What I like is, the 12 hours lost to 9, legitimate short setup. You can just play it the opposite way. When you lose the 12-hour 9, you can then open a short. The daily here will then start giving us that breakdown, telling us, yeah, the bull flag is invalidated most likely. Will be truly invalidated once you take this wick low out. And then on top of it, you have to then start really wondering, like on this 2-day, if we're just going to fall back within this 38.2% closing today, and then, potentially get a move down to that median, or at minimum, at least the daily 9, or 2-day 9, which is right around 99.3. So yes, a lot of things are pointing to 99s, but it's like you first need to get the breakdown. And what we've seen, at least I've noted, when we're in these very bullish environments where the macro is bullish, but the lower time frames are questionable, you have to then really start looking at little details like the wick lows and is the 12-hour 9 holding and what's the range? And because what Bitcoin likes to do before it breaks out is, be very predatory, right? And so before it's going to break out, it's going to do this. And then like shorts are going to think they're printing because they are, but you're just never really taking out the last low. And it's just more leading to that bear trap kind of scenario. So we'll see again today. That's Bitcoin. Long right now, I added stops at 1027. So very, very tight risk if you're not positioned here. And if you want a confirmation trade, just wait for daily to close either above 1044 or under 1027. And then you can play either which way if you just want an easy trade. Easy in the sense that you get actual follow through. You definitely can just lose it, chop, reclaim, go up. We're trading unicorn money, so it's, not tried and true. Here's Bitcoin dominance. So interesting to see this currently, especially with just, let's say, the news. We are at resistance. We have a daily trend shift, so you should be gauging lower highs. You already have the last lower high identified at 63.52%, telling you that, okay, anywhere in here can be a lower high. If it's going to be easy, it'll lower high here and reject and go all the way down to 60.5%. Leading to my Trump coin analysis to hopefully do well. I mean, it's not been doing good. But as long as it holds the weekly 9, just so everyone knows, if you are like more for just more buying these spot, as long as we're above the weekly 9 on Trump, it is bullish to me. And so Bitcoin dominance is telling you, okay, it's allowed to shift gears and look at alts. But as soon as you, let's say, start reclaiming that EMA 100, breaking the daily downtrend back up, and then getting back above 64%, yeah, you just have to look at this as just nothing more than what we always get, which is alt season's back on. Everyone's horny about alts. Ethereum does just a lower high pump, and then we end up just full sending back up, reclaiming overall macro trend. Actually never even losing macro trend, just kind of reclaiming that lower time frame trend, right? Macro trend, like on the monthly, it's still very bullish at a higher high. So you often should be gauging a higher low. And what we have now on the monthly is a perfect throwback to that EMA 100. So, I mean, this could legitimately bounce here, and that could line in with Bitcoin maybe now starting to move up from here, or not. And maybe this starts rolling over, Bitcoin starts rolling over, and then at least the strong alts will keep doing well. Bitcoin dominance, though, isn't, trend shifted, and it is more bearish than not. You kind of are at the last stand here. So you, as a bull, if you are a Bitcoin dominance bull, you're kind of just hoping that or waiting for 62.58 to get reclaimed or just close above and then open along to then target the top here around 63.8. This is very important to hold, though, for bulls, in my opinion. If they don't hold that, it's going to potentially, lead to a bigger dump. And then that could then, maybe bode well for alts. Maybe Bitcoin dominance just kind of goes down, Bitcoin consolidates or just chops, and alts send. That's like your best hopium case for if you love alts, unless you find those extremity setups, let's say Trump coin. But it's still an altcoin. It's still like a crazy X, and you need to just treat it as so with absolute caution. And yeah, so yeah, I mean, the 5-day, I'm liking the view here. It's very easy, right? It's like the 5-day starts simply losing the 21. You're now under the 38.2%. You've lost support here. You most likely form a lower high around the 9, wherever that comes. But again, it's just that support, and this just kind of plays into Bitcoin at support. Very easily could get a bounce here. It reclaims a daily back above, let's say, 62.56%. Could easily do this, and then you have an SFP play, put in your bullish retest, and then you can make your way up to back around that 63.8. Potentially, or you roll over here, and this was it, lower highs, and you end up going down. It's always like if this and that, and that's why it's always good to just trade the triggers. And then now let's look at Tether dominance, because Tether dominance, to me, we were wanting, to me, it was easier to short 2 days ago, in my opinion. A few days ago were the easy shorts, in my opinion. And now I'm saying that as Bitcoin's going down and, we're potentially in the press of going up. But why I'm saying this is because you had an easy, support breakdown, SMA 200 loss. So you at least could gauge you're probably going to get a rally up to this point, which then led to the easy trade on Bitcoin. Probably going to reject it the first tap. Another easy trade on Bitcoin. this is where it becomes not as easy because you're now in like the gray zone of the chart. If we take the HPDR off here, what you're noticing is you have nothing but air, right? You're now just going off of nothing more than candlesticks and wicks and trend, essentially. Candlesticks and trend, essentially. This is the gray zone. This is bearish to me, though. If you are under that estimate 200, under 4.69%, this is bearish and this has more of a chance of rolling over. Any tap of 4.69% needs to be looked at as resistance. Now, you start getting back above here. You start breaking down on Bitcoin and closing dailies under 1027. Then we have legitimate short setups and we can then target that EMA 100. But until then, this still is looking bearish to me. And what we have now is just like another, wick high rejection of resistance of the SMA 200. And now what we have is the daily nines perfectly at 4.69%. How I look at this is we haven't even hit the daily 9 yet. Now this should be very strong resistance because usually on the daily 9, you always, even if it's a little bit, always somewhat reject first tap. You haven't even done that. You've just front ran it. So if this ends up coming up back up to here, you have meme line, SMA 200, and now the daily 9. I'm sure you have some HPDR resistance right around there. Probably on the 2-day. Let's see. Not really. Somewhat though, but really not. It's just more evident on the daily, especially when you use moving averages. Till then, though, I mean, yeah, this can rally up, of course. It can, but this is still looking bearish. And where you'll know this is really breaking down is if you take today's low out. If you take today's low out, you're in a breakdown. And that's going to be the objective for bears, essentially, is to take this low out and break us down, targeting 4%. And that's a very big move down from here. We take it from the SMA 200 to 4%. You're talking about a potentially 15% move down. This is your parabolic move on Bitcoin, if you will. And we are very close to it. That's why it's important to kind of see things for what they are right now. And it's still looking bearish to me, but we luckily on these charts have very easy ways to know if we're wrong on this. Very easy ways. Range starts breaking down, 12-hour loses the 9, tether dominance gets back above the 4.69%. It's like then I'll feel confident max shorting this down. But this is just really itching the brewings of a bear trap potentially. Now, the weekly, to me, I like the view because, if we, again, don't use the HPDR, but rather just use what we have, you're under all major moving averages. No silver cross on the weekly. But even here, what you had is a breakdown, rallied up, retests. This should be the bearish retest, and we should be good to go down now. What we've seen in this range is pretty immediate results. When you lose 4.69% on a weekly, you generally do rally up. You should find resistance around the 4.69%, and then you should get follow through. I mean, we've just seen that each and every time. You lost support, you rallied up. As soon as you put in the bearish retest, you dumped, and then you formed a bottom here. You rallied up, you even hit it again, and then you dumped. This 4.69 is super important, and that's all the data we have on it. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of, my apologies, higher, but we have minimal data with essentially it up above. That's what I meant. It's very minimal data of it, really like closing, especially macros like above, really specifically, not 4.69%. My apologies, more around that 6%. And so rejecting that, coming down to 4.69% is not surprising. We've talked about 4.69% a lot. And so what we've seen is when we do start reclaiming that on weeklies, we do some combustion action to the upside. And when you lose it, you end up dumping. Now, let me go here because kind of got lost there. 4.69% has been tested a few times. So I just want to correct that. Here's the first time we hit it. This was an SFP play. You reclaimed it, lost it, didn't even retest it, and then you immediately dumped. Here you then squeezed up, you hit it. You even took out the high here, and didn't close above it, and then dumped. And then again, rallied up, wicked above it, of course, but then you didn't close above it, and you again read. And then this SFP is essentially what gave the liquidity to dump because it trapped longs. Or shorts, I should say, longs in the sense that if you're trading, tether dominance, if I don't even know if you can. And then here you never closed above it, and this led to the dump. Here again, SFP play. Once you lost it, you lost the weekly 9. This just exacerbated the move down. And then we moved on. We reclaimed it. We threw it back. Notice this reclaim though. This is like the first time we've actually reclaimed it and held it. You had the weekly 9 telling you this is actually kind of solidified now. Why? Because you've never had a weekly 9 come up to around 4.69%. You did this time. That's why I love when you see a moving average lined up with a meme line. You then threw it back, got a spring off there, expanded. You didn't test 4.69% until essentially 2 years later, where you ended up dumping through it here. And then you again got back above it, held it, some chop. Of course, you expanded from there. You rejected, but you expanded still from here. You went up 15%, rejected, dumped, formed your structure, came up, broke out. But here again, rally started once you closed weeklies above 4.69%. Then your weekly 9 was right around there. And then once it, reclaimed it with the weekly 9, it acted as a spring. Then that led to a very nice combustion green dildo move on tether dominance, which led to a nice nukezilla on Bitcoin. And then here, you essentially lost it. And my point being is, you should be more stingy with longing. Once this closes weeklies under 4.69%, it should be good to go. You should have been gauging the week to give you the bearish retest. We got that. Now, yes, you can obviously wick from this point. We've seen that. And so where would your extremity high be? Well, it'd be here, right around 5%. So if you end up really, like, let's say Bitcoin really starts breaking down, probably then 99.8 comes with this testing the weekly 9 and 5% psychological. You could draw meme lines however you want. You could have one right there if you want at 5%. And then that probably rolls over. And then you get an easy confirmation when you SFP, because what we've seen is every time it SFPs on the weekly, you at least go down somewhat, if not at minimum 10%. So to me, it's like, okay, we're looking pretty good to go down on tether dominance. We just need this to kind of hold under 4.69%. Next target, at least in the 2-week view, should be SMA 200, which is right around that 4%, which again is an over 15% move from here. It's very interesting to see that though, because when I start seeing this chart, I'm like, I kind of want to add more to my longs, honestly, because it just looks good. But remember, we're dealing on a weekly, 2-week, and like now a 5-day. These take time to close, and so we're trading a crazy asset that can lead to crazy swings. But this close that we had was very important for markets. This was a major dump on tether dominance that led into the weekly, the 2-week, the 5-day, the daily. This shouldn't be disregarded. You should only be looking for up if you SFP. That's a simple trigger. Until then, this has massive resistance around 4.69% now. And everything is telling me now that this is ready to just dump. This is potentially just going to put in bearish structure, like what we said, bullish with the wicks. But why is this important? Well, it's important when you're trying to trend shift to look at this. But when you're under all major moving averages, lost support, and you're in a daily downtrend, especially, and also a weekly downtrend, you have to then question this, and rather than say, okay, well, now I know where this will break down, you start taking out this low, you're going to break down, and that can be your confirmation of the move happening. That's how I interpret it. It can go both ways. You can look at trend shifting ever so slightly and play that, or you can use that in your favor and know, okay, well, I know this is going to basically capitulate. If we take this low out, yeah, you're then all of hopium that bulls are scaling longs on tether dominance here, if someone even trades it, will diminish once you take these lows out, because you're now diminishing the higher low idea. And that's valid with lower highs, and that plays into the bull trap scenario here, which then leads to the bear trap scenario on Bitcoin. So that's all I have right now on markets. That was, I know, a little longer, but I just think that kind of explains my thoughts, at least, on why I'm more keen to longing here than shorting. But don't get it twisted. We have legitimate reasons to look for weakness here. And if we end up really range breaking down, remember under 1027, yeah, we can easily go to like 98s even. So it's going to be very important to see really bulls, in my opinion, flex today, tomorrow, because it's now really a race against time. I mean, this needs to start playing out, and if this is going to bull flag, this should break out soon. So we will see. That's all I have, though. That's Bitcoin. Ideally, the longs will print today, and hopefully this can help people maybe close some shorts or de-risk or even hedge. Nothing's wrong with hedging. You can have two
Yeah, you're a
trades.
pussy. No, I'm just kidding.
His words, not mine, boys.
You guys know we're here just to listen to Farhan and Alex. Anything I say is just extra for pure entertainment. That's it. That's it. I want to make sure everybody's on the same page here.
Yeah, all those hedge funds and asset managers, fucking pussies for hedging all those 9-figure positions.
They're huge vaginas.
The largest.
Thank you, boys. We're going Tesla Rivian next. People want to know how that's going. Man, Tesla's really going to hit my fucking target. I can't believe it.
Yeah,
Getting close.
And you said too, you're like, oh, I wish I bought more. It's fine. It probably will fill me more. Yeah, I did not. I did not.
Not yet, but here's where, yesterday we were talking about it. This is where I would expect the rejection and then go in here.
I agree with you 100%. I don't think.
But if we get to 369, that's where I'm selling the position, because I just don't think it's going to go further. It's just temporality. Again, I'm copying what Rivian did, blah, blah, blah. Same thing. Look at Rivian.
Yeah, you're right. Look at that.
Wow. Who would have seen that coming except anyone who looked at the chart for the past 2 years? Either way.
Good point, though. It's a good point, because Rivian did pump, and that's a good mental note for me that temporality does work for stocks. And if you can note that and you've been around the block, then you can make some money. So it's not bad.
Yeah. So all you need to do, guys, is get really old and fuck up 1 billion times and then learn on the 1,000,000,001.
Basically.
Thank you. Thank you, boys. That was awesome. Okay, I'm excited to present this. Vamos antes de que vayamos a Tesla y a Rivian, que es los que sigue. Vamos a platicar rápido de Bitcoin por acá. La pregunta del siglo, damas y caballeros, voy a poner solamente en este momento el precio. Lo tenemos en una estructura diaria. Quiero que sepan, obviamente, el rango. Acá arriba son máximos históricos y acá abajo fue el último fondo que tocamos en los $74,000. Obviamente, ahorita nos vamos a echar para atrás en la mensual, trimestral, etcétera, para que vean, vamos en una tendencia alcista. La pregunta en este momento es, ¿para arriba o para abajo? Porque esto podría ser un alto más bajo que estos, rechazar en este momento e ir a buscar un nuevo bajo. Eso sería una posibilidad si estás viendo esta tabla tal cual, sin tener un breakout a la alza. Pero, al mismo tiempo, ¿qué más estás viendo? Si te acercas un poco más y pones atención a qué mal muevo mi mouse, te darás cuenta que este fondillo nos llevó a esta bandera alcista que se hizo acá. Esto nos llevó a esta bandera alcista que se hizo acá. Y esto nos llevó a otra bandera alcista que se hizo acá. Banderas alcistas, para toda la gente que se lo pregunte, está empezando, etcétera, normalmente te dan más probabilidades de continuación en la misma dirección que no. ¿Ok? ¿Y a qué me refiero con ello? A que si estás viendo banderines, después pompazos, banderines, pompazos, tienes más chance de que esa tendencia continúe. Definitivamente en la diaria estás en una tendencia, en tendencia alcista. Ahora, la pregunta es, ¿qué vamos a ver? Y ahorita vamos a llegar a eso en estos momentos. Lo primero que quiero que vean es esto. Una foto de mi nepe. Güey, no es cierto. Ok, lo primero que quiero que vean es esto. Claramente, si nos echamos para atrás, que puedes absorber toda la fotografía mucho mejor. 8 de la mañana la fotografía del... ¿No? Aquí pueden ver que estamos siendo básicamente altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos. Y la pregunta acá es, porque esta vez la cayó más e hicimos un poco de un bajo más alto. Un bajo más bajo que el pasado podría ser, Pero seguimos todavía con potencialmente el cierre más duro de toda la historia en la tabla trimestral de Bitcoin. Falta un mes y 17 días, mes y medio para cerrar esto, la mitad de su tiempo. Y como pueden ver, velas han estado hasta acá arriba, donde se ve súper alcista en los 109 y han vuelto a caer justamente a esta zona o han cerrado hasta acá abajo. Entonces, esto te dice que cualquier cosa puede pasar en este tipo de temporalidad. Estamos viendo que estamos muy por encima de nuestros promedios claves, que son el 5, el 9, el 5, 9, 21 y 34. 5 es el verde, 9, 21, 34. Importante notar y algo bastante interesante, quien hubiera estado jugando a este gráfico y hubiera metido lana simplemente en el retesteo del promedio del 5, olvídate del 9, del 5, estás hablando de un pompazo porque el promedio del 5 está por acá, hasta donde estás ahorita de 24%. Solamente en un 10X son 250%, 240%, para que tengan una idea de eso. Y esto es lo que normalmente nos gustaría a todos los traders. Lo que yo he estado aprendiendo con estos tíos es, tus mejores apuestas son cuando llegas en temporalidades altas a zonas importantes. Y estos son no solamente las líneas meme, porque las líneas meme son literalmente hechas por mí o por Alex o por Farhan o por ti. Son independientes. Los promedios son muy importantes para los precios y lo respetan y funcionan mucho mejor que cualquier cosa. Y cuando lo puedes apoyar de simplemente teorías de velas y además comportamiento del precio con patrones por acá, de velas también, puedes ayudarte muchísimo. Así que en la trimestral, Bitcoin continúa siendo alcista. Estamos en el cierre teórico, todavía falta mes y medio, más alto de toda la historia de la tabla. Vamos a ver volatilidad. Volatilidad nos había acompañado ya con este movimiento desde el principio de esta expansión. Lo podemos ver por acá. Denme un segundo. Del principio de esta expansión, pum, 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 se fue hasta acá y pueden ver que continúa. Esta es la expansión de volatilidad del punto más alto de toda la historia para esta cosa. Es una verdadera belleza. Ahí lo tienen, volatilidad trimestral alcista. Vamos a poner rápido el HPDR para darnos cuenta dónde estamos. Podremos ver que la parte alta de la zona azul está en los $113,000, lo que nos invita a pensar que simplemente porque hemos rebotado en la media que está en los 88,000, justamente esta línea meme que ven por la parte en medio, desde acá rebotamos. Deberíamos de tener continuación y probabilidades de cerrar esto en el próximo mes y 17 días en los 113,813. Obviamente tenemos que destruir estos altos de antes y una vez con ello nos va a dar todavía más probabilidad. Normalmente también cuando llegas a tocar la parte alta de la zona azul tienes una más grande probabilidad de dar continuación y llevarte al 61.8%, pero no me la voy a mamar porque esos son $183,000, voy a decir 146 sería el siguiente objetivo. Paso a paso, yo diría que nos lo llevemos paso a paso, tranquilos. Vamos a la mensual, vamos a ponerlo en frente de todos ustedes rápidamente, la mensual, lo bien que se ve. La mensual, una vez más, hubieras metido una lanita en el 5, le hubieras pegado perfectamente a la parte más baja del precio. Toma más tiempo llegar a tocar estas entradas, pero lo que he notado, he estado cambiando mi estrategia de trading cada mes. He estado haciendo diferentes cosas. En el último mes aposté más a movimientos cortos, haciendo más trades. No me funciona tan bien a mí. A mí me funciona mucho mejor esperarme a este tipo de movimientos, tal vez no en la mensual, pero la semanal y a veces mamándomela hasta en la diaria. Esos son los que mejor me funcionan a mí y son los que me sacan. Yo creo que es importante también para ti darte cuenta qué es lo que funciona para ti, porque no todas nuestras mentes captan las cosas iguales. Entonces, no tenemos la misma percepción de realidad, no tenemos la misma percepción de cómo funcionan las cosas y hay cosas que funcionan mejor en ciertas percepciones que en otras. Entonces, a mí me ha ayudado muchísimo este tipo de setups como el del 5, justamente acá, o el 9 sería la máxima oportunidad y ahorita vamos a platicar de ello acá. Más allá de eso, estamos viendo que volatilidad quiere empezar a expandir por encima del promedio de uno de los puntos más bajos de la historia. Recuerden que nuestra volatilidad es la línea de colores, el promedio es la línea blanca y ahorita estamos por debajo de la volatilidad del promedio y eso no lo consideramos expansión. Expansión ideal para nosotros es cuando cae debajo del 15% y ¡pum! Explota la alza, pero no nos lo está dando, pero nunca lo ha hecho en este gráfico, en el mensual. Con que tengamos el pase de volatilidad por encima del promedio, ahí es donde tendremos nosotros lo que consideramos un setup bastante duro que nos debería dar un movimiento de 30% más o menos. Es lo que dan las probabilidades. No, nada está firmado en el mundo ni en el cielo, damas y caballeros. Venimos de nuestros máximos históricos después de una vela topera por acá. Tuvimos confirmación de esa vela topera. Continuación, nos dio otra vela estilo topera y después esta vela la supera y esta vela sería tu confirmación. Por cierto, este cierre en 17 días y 9 horas va a ser tu confirmación si cierras por encima de los $96,000 de que esto fue simplemente un sustito y ahí se lleva esa vela topera y la podemos enterrar para el resto de la vida y esto debería de seguir en el rally, todo el mundo muy contento, etcétera. Podemos ver básicamente todo lo que habíamos dicho. En la mensual también tenemos el cierre potencial más alto de toda la historia en estos 103,270. El cierre más alto había sido justamente acá en los 102,419 y es justamente más o menos con el área en la que estamos coqueteando en este momento si nos acercamos un poco más con nuestras temporalidades. Voy a ponerles esto en la mensual. Pueden ver que nuestro... Y acá pongan atención, nuestra media está en los 99,751, ¿ok? 99,700. Anótenlo de una media mensual, ¿ok? Y ahora van a ver por qué. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas. Ya analizamos también la volatilidad en esta tabla. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. Voy a quitar rápido el HPDR para después ponerlo. En la de 2 semanas, básicamente, tenemos este gran cierre que fue mejor que todos menos que este, nos pone una excelente tesitura y ahora estamos justamente acá aguantando. Ahora podemos ver que el promedio del 9 está en los 94, casi 95, coincidiendo con esta línea meme y nuestro promedio del 5 está elevándose en los 97, 175. Un 2, un 2, un 2. Y acá, ¿qué es lo que podemos ver? Uno de esos setups de volatilidad de los que estamos hablando, donde la volatilidad está por debajo del 15%, donde el promedio está cayendo por debajo del 15%, y ahora lo único que falta es que la volatilidad haga esto. Este es un movimiento de 30 a 35% también en la tabla, al igual que en la mensual, y parece que todas estas... toda esta volatilidad en diferentes temporalidades parece que va a apoyar una a la otra. Si el movimiento es a la alza en total y esto lo está apoyando, vamos a ver altos históricos ridículos. Y si este movimiento va para abajo, simplemente vamos a ver lo normal que veríamos en un mercado bajista en Bitcoin. Así que tiene más probabilidad hasta ahora de reventar a la alza, pero los últimos setups de volatilidad, como puedes ver acá, reventaron a la alza junto con el famoso setup de Hamas que fue acá, ¡pum! Entonces, cada uno de estos nos han dado a la alza. Vamos a tener la fortuna que el tercero también nos lo va a dar a la alza. Ya veremos. Por ahora, lo que les puedo poner es esto. Estamos por debajo de la media. ¿Dónde está la media? En los $107,000. Pudiendo romper esto, esta zona va a ser muy importante para el precio de Bitcoin. 107,327. Si puedes romper esta zona a la alza, tu siguiente objetivo, los 134,000. Una vez más, empiezan a aparecer números completamente ridículos. Pero tienes que empezar a cerrar por encima de esta media. Esto te daría cierres más altos de toda la historia y eso te llevaría a tener ese momentum alcista junto con la volatilidad apoyando si es que expande y eso te pondría literalmente en la zona, en el fund zone, donde todo el mundo se vuelve millonario, según esto. En la semanal, déjenme quito esto, aquí ya nos acercamos a la zona coqueta de qué es lo que va a pasar. 1. Tienes volatilidad expandiendo, ¿ok? Esta volatilidad está expandiendo desde acá. Denme un segundo. Van a tener que ver mi cara por un segundo. Denme un segundo, que la cagué con mi teclado. Espérenme. Ok, ahí está. Ya los puedo traer de vuelta. Perdón. Perdón que tuvieron que ver mi cara. Lo siento muchísimo. Para toda la gente que está aquí. Pueden ver que la volatilidad comenzó a expandir en este velazo a la alza y continúa. Esta siguiente vela, que es la que está acá, nos da la idea, junto con la volatilidad después de la expansión, de dos sopas. La primera sería la más esperada. Y la más esperada y la que más creemos en es que esto simplemente es una corrección para después continuar y la volatilidad continuar empujando. Ahora, cada que la volatilidad expande, ¿garantiza que el precio va a ser empujado en esa dirección hasta el final? No. Si esto continúa expandiendo y ves que esta vela se vuelve roja, entonces nuestra volatilidad efectivamente empezaría a apoyar el movimiento para abajo. Por ahora no hay nada de eso. Nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 94, justamente en esta zona, y nuestro promedio del 5 en los 97. Importante tenerlo en mente. Vamos a la de 5 días. 5 días, 98,000 el promedio del 5, estamos por encima, estamos casi, o más bien en el cierre más alto de toda la historia con el cierre pasado y queremos volver a retestear eso. Falta un día y 9 horas para cerrar esta vela. Estamos todavía en postura alcista. Pueden ver que también volatilidad en la de 5 días expandió. Y ahora que hizo esto fue lo que nos lleva a la vela roja, pero podría simplemente voltearse. Tenemos que poner atención acá porque si hay expansión de volatilidad por encima del 63% ante esta caída, vamos a empezar a pensar que tal vez la volatilidad va a empujar el precio para abajo. Por ahora se ve más alcista, está cumpliendo con todas las cosas. Esto parece ser un bajo más alto. Diaria, y aquí es donde podemos ya regresar y ponerlo todo junto, aunque me faltó en la semanal enseñarles el HPDR para que lo tengan también en mente. Estamos ante el 50% que nos está rechazando. La zona a romper son los 105,860. De no poder hacer eso, vamos a regresar a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 99,206. Los 99,000 empiezan a llamarnos la atención en un movimiento correctivo y ahorita les voy a explicar cómo lo veríamos. Justamente acá empezamos a estar en la parte alta de la zona azul, en la parte alta del HPDR, aunque esta consolidación nos va a ayudar a poder bajar todo esto, ponernos en la zona azul y empujarnos a la alza. Hasta ahora lo que estamos viendo es volatilidad está a punto de contraer, está contrayendo oficialmente cuando ves que está una y otra. Entonces, estamos en medio de contracción o expansión, justamente acá puede ser un rechazo. Vamos a ver qué exactamente se da. Este setup de volatilidad que nos dio, velazo verde y continuó a la derecha. Ok, y ahora, ¿qué están viendo por acá? Tenemos nuestro promedio del 9 justamente en los 101 y la parte baja de la zona azul en los 101,359. De no poder aguantar, vamos a ir al promedio del 21 y nuestra media que está una vez más en los $98,200. Para hacerles esto sencillo, esto es lo que estamos viendo. Estamos en una tendencia alcista local. Hasta ahora lo que parece que hemos hecho es un bajo más alto que todos los de antes, no que estos, pero que todos los de antes. Eso es la tendencia grande. Estamos creando nuevos altos y estamos buscando un alto más alto para continuar la tendencia alcista. De encontrarnos con esto ser un alto más bajo, podríamos ir a buscar un nuevo mínimo. Pero lo que pensamos nosotros ahora es que por más que estemos viendo debilidad en el precio de Bitcoin el día de hoy, estamos en largo, estamos buscando un súper largo, un súper long. Y ese súper long lo vamos a encontrar más o menos en la zona de los entre 99 y $98,000. Esta sería la zona donde haríamos un max long. Si esto llega a ser esto, aquí es donde entraríamos y eso nos debería catapultar a la alza. Si la volatilidad nos dice algo más, ya veremos ahí. Además de estar solamente viendo esto, ver que el promedio del 9 también está por acá, lo tocamos en las últimas 2 velas, no tiene por qué volverlo a tocar, no hay nada que sea garantizado, pero definitivamente perdiendo los 103, 167 y tu nivel a romper a la baja es este. Si llegas a partir los 102,400 para abajo, muy probablemente vayamos a ver esos 99, 98 y es donde nosotros vamos a entrar en un max long. Estamos en un corto en este momento, pero es un corto ligero, es un corto esperando una reacción rápida, a ver cuando llegamos ya con todos el stop loss y set profit listos para no quedarnos con la movida en la mano. Ahora, estamos equivocados en este corto plazo, si es que el precio del Bitcoin llega a estar por encima de los 104,400. Encima de los 104,400 diríamos, ok, no deberíamos estar dentro de esto, vámonos para afuera, esto va a continuar a la alza. Pero por ahora nos dice que probablemente vayamos a visitar acá, aunque se ve con fuerza. Y aquí es donde el mercado entra en ese jugueteo de ¿para dónde? ¿No? Porque puedes ver que te está dando un rango acá, lo puedes ver perfecto, entre esa y esta vela, aunque no lo crean, estamos rangueando entre 100 y 105. Estás justo en medio del rango, lo puedes ver acá, y ahora la cosa es, aquí abajo nos vamos long, aquí arriba, nos vamos corto, ¿no? O si, atención con el breakout por acá, podría darse, pero es bastante fácil. Ahí tienen dónde están los rangos, lo pueden ver perfectamente con esta vela diaria, con este doji gigantesco. Un doji es una vela de indecisión y este es el doji del libro más potente. Y también este verde, en realidad. Y también esta roja, hijos de puta. Están jugando este juego, por eso todo el mundo te están sacando y te están metiendo, te están sacando y te están metiendo en estos trades. Un mercado bastante nublado. Vamos rápido a ver la dominancia de Tether, porque estamos viendo algo importante en la dominancia de Tether. Y esto lo voy a resumir en la diaria, no necesita tanto show, pero tienes que ver dos cosas. Estás en la parte baja del HPDR en la diaria, justamente en el 88%. ¿Qué tanto le gusta caer a Tether cuando cae? Acá ha llegado hasta ¿qué es eso? El 97%. ¿Y eso cuándo fue? En noviembre del 2024. Mi mujer estaba viéndome analizar algo con el HPDR y me dice, no mames, ¿cómo entiendes lo que estás viendo? Me acuerdo la primera vez que lo sacó Farr, me quedé así de igualito que ella. Una vez que entiendes, es súper fácil. Esto fue el 88.3%. No, es el 95%, si no estoy equivocado. Efectivamente. Muy pocas veces viene a descansar por aquí abajo, ¿ok? Aquí está lo importante en lo que estamos viendo. Básicamente, en la dominancia de Tether, y les voy a quitar el HPDR, ya vieron que estamos en la parte baja. Y también les voy a quitar todos estos promedios que están aquí arriba. Lo único que tengo acá es el S&P 200. ¿Ok? ¿Qué pasa cada que el precio revienta a la alza o revienta a la baja? Movimientos gigantescos. ¿Ok? Y acá lo pueden ver, el retesteo, valimos madre, volvimos a tocarlo, luego nos caímos de este canal, que no me acuerdo cuándo lo puse, pero ahí está puesto. Caímos de este canal y estamos creando una bandera bajista. Ahora, cuando la bandera bajista está apuntando para abajo, eso quiere decir que se está viendo más bajista, normalmente tendrás un rebote. Aquí lo que tienes que ver y estar al pendiente es esto. Si ves que la dominancia de Tether llega a pasar los 468 y empieza a cerrar por encima del 468, esto podría ser un SFP. Ahí tiene nuestro criptolingo en el Discord para que no digan. Si esto es un SFP, esto va a reventar a la alza y el precio de Bitcoin va a caer. Pero si eres alcista en Bitcoin, quieres llevarte el 4,45% para abajo. Si llegas a romper este mínimo, es donde estás en una zona bastante buena porque la respuesta va a ser rápida y está literalmente en este rango. Si esto se rompe a la alza, malo para Bitcoin. Si esto se rompe a la baja, bueno para Bitcoin. Ahí lo tienes. También vamos a ver la dominancia de Bitcoin por acá que ha estado cayendo, pero de nuevo, está haciendo bajos más altos. Y si solamente usáramos el S&P 200, un segundo, y si solamente usáramos el S&P 200 en la diaria, o esta misma línea que es bastante agresiva, que viene subiendo, van a notar una cosa. Ahora voy a mover esta línea, no sé dónde va a quedar, pero ahí les va. Voy a intentar dejarla tal cual. ¿Qué notan? Esto sigue siendo todavía alcista. Estás creando todos estos. Es más, ¿sabes qué? Aquí hay un canal. Qué pendejo soy. Ahí les va. Divino. Ahí está. A alguien ya se le hizo que esto es definitivamente la confirmación de que los altcoins se van a ir a cero y que viene altcoin season y todo eso. No, todavía no. Tienes que romper el 58.2% para abajo y todavía más. ¿Ok? Esto Esto no es nada. Es cada vez que nosotros pensamos, y esto nos pasó acá, ya viene All Season, güey. Velo, velo. Pito, que All Season y que mis huevos. Y ahí caímos casi a la parte alta hasta la parte baja del canal. En este momento que todo el mundo está gritando All Season, estamos aquí arriba. No estoy diciendo que no vaya a haber. Lo único que estoy diciendo es pongamos atención a que todavía no se ha confirmado. Es todo. Que se confirma cayendo de acá. Y ahora van a decir, pero yo no me quiero esperar a confirmar. Está bien, pero saben los riesgos. Es todo, es todo. La dominancia de Bitcoin continúa siendo alcista. Siempre y cuando aguante este bajo, debería de ir a los 67.40 y tantos %. Vamos a ver qué se da. Por ahora no tengo más de eso. Así que Bitcoin, y rápido lo quiero poner en la de 4 horas. Bitcoin en la de 4 horas, pongo todos mis pensativos promedios, ahí están, y además el HPDR. Bitcoin en la de 4 horas, pueden ver, estamos rebotando de la parte baja de la zona azul. Para nosotros, no, perdón, les dije que estábamos que estaríamos en corto. Ahorita estamos en long por este rebote. Bueno, yo no. Es el pedo de las temporalidades más cortas y los trades más seguidos. Estos tíos están en long de acá para arriba. Ahora, ¿dónde cortan? Justamente abajo de esto, en los del promedio del 34, en los 102,700. Ahí es donde invalida la idea. Ahora, este long nos va a llevar a altos históricos. Vamos a ver. Si hay un rechazo acá, una vez más, vamos a cortar la posición en los 102,700. Y si estás en corto y entraste en los 104,400, básicamente lo vas a cortar una vez que te lleves este máximo acá en los 104,396 o lo que sea en tu exchange. Recuerda que tienes que verlo exactamente como lo estés haciendo. Pero por ahora, tendencia en la semanal, 2 semanas, mensual, etcétera, se ve alcista. La diaria empieza a jugar el juego tan famoso de vamos a ver qué pasa, ¿no? De si vamos a continuar con altos más altos o si vamos a intentar buscar un bajo más alto antes de ir a altos más altos o qué exactamente nos está dando. Pero ahí lo tienen, bastante sencillo. Somos alcistas arriba de los 104,400 y somos bajistas perdiendo los 102,800, 700. Más allá de eso, hasta ahora ha estado jugando un juego muy hijo de puta esto, con dojis en toda la tabla, toda. Casi todos los días se han estado jugando este mercado, donde empieza abajo, acaba arriba y donde acaba arriba empieza abajo. O sea, no para, no para. Vámonos a Tesla o who's going to do the first one? I think it's going to have to be
I got Tesla.
Okay.
Let me click.
Did my Tesla purchase pump the stock yet or not yet?
I'm sure he did. Elon, oh yeah. Absolutely.
Okay,
Look at that.
Yeah, Elon loves you specifically.
No, I know.
Look at that. Beautiful.
Perfect.
You're his son's godfather.
I wish.
Good job,
honestly.
Alex.
Thank you. I try, boys. I try.
So we are seeing a massive, very nice green dildo on Tesla right now. We are getting momentum bouncing off the edge of the bearish control zone, flipping back up over the moving average, while volatility is literally at 0%, 0.00%. The last time we flipped back up on momentum above the moving average on the quarterly was back in April of 2024. Price was at about $138, and we went straight up to $488. That was a 252% move to the upside, which we have the same type of move now that we had back then. And now what we have that we did not have back then is that we have a buy signal on the jewel. At that point, we had a sell signal on the jewel. So this should theoretically be just as strong as this one, if not stronger, based on just alone the fact that we have 0% volatility, which we didn't have back at that point, and we have a buy signal on the jewel. The confirmation for me of that major busting action with the 0% volatility is going to be getting over this median, because the median right now is going to be resistance as long as we're below it, and that's sitting at $355. As soon as we can get over that median, though, I would expect some very nice busting action pretty much very quickly to that 38.2%, which is right now at $487. And my bias is right now that sure, it's probably gonna take a good amount of time. This is a quarterly chart. It could take a year and a half, 2 years for it to actually play out. My eventual target is going to be that 50%, which right now that 50% is at a very, very high number. It's at about $1,000. That's about 3x from where we are right now on Tesla. I'm not saying it's going to happen anytime soon, but just sometime within the next 2 years, I do expect it to go to $1,000 if we get over this median at 355. If you get a closure over this median, then pretty likely IMO in the next 2 years. Tesla's probably gonna go to $1,000, especially since it's coming off the back of 0% volatility. The last time we were at 0% volatility on Tesla was in April of 2017, and that volatility expansion was to the downside. The only one other time before that, where we had 0% volatility, you can't really use that much because it was so new. There was no data back then. That was 2012. So I wouldn't really use this one, not very reliable from the lack of data. I'd more focus on this one on 2017. And that volatility expansion gave us this move to the downside on Tesla. About 54.5%. So if we're getting it to the upside, imagine the type of busting action that we'd get. Probably that 50%. The last time we had that busting action, we found our local top right around the 50% on the closure, and then we busted right through the 50% to the 61.8%. So I'm not saying we can't go higher, but my target within the next 2 years, if we close over 355, it's gonna be about $1,000. Moon boy on Tesla. Monthly is also flipping back up on momentum, getting very close to getting back into the bullish control zone with volatility support, and lines up with it getting price getting over the 38.2%. Last time we got a fresh close over the 38.2% was right over here. Got a retest, and then we got some major busting action all the way up to the 78.6. Let's see the other time. We got a slight close over here over 38.2%. Got to move to the 61.8%, very close to the 78.6, but not quite tapped it. See this one, got to close over the 38.2%, went to the 61.8. Close over the 38.2%, went to the 78.6, basically the 88.3. So let's see what the 61.8% would be. So the minimum move would be to the 61.8% if we close over 38.2. That is at $339.38. That move would take us basically exactly to my top meme line at $414. The next move would be to the 78.6%. That's what my bias is leaning towards. Probably sometime by the end of, I'd say maybe end of the year to Q1 of next year, around like $590, maybe slightly higher to like $600. Probably not going to happen anytime in this quarter, or probably not even the next quarter, based on how high momentum is. Maybe it's going to happen sometime around the end, last quarter of this year or first of next year. Take the timing with a grain of salt. The more important thing is the direction. 2-week is getting momentum also to the upside, getting out of the bearish control zone, while volatility is getting now very close to extreme lows. And the 2-week jewel is now losing the sell signal. Let's mark this with a vertical line when we've lost that sell signal. Although there is a little bit of a worrying signal right here with the pink crossing below the yellow. As long as you are below that area, it is possible for it to put in a lower high. That should be enough. Now let's measure these moves. It's 28%. 28%? Wow. If this one is 28%, that'd be funny. 73%. That's a lot more. $52% as of now. 8.7. Take it 28%, just for funsies. Brings us exactly to my meme line at $414. Very nice. And that would take us out of the territory of putting in a lower high, because then we'd be over the 38, right at the 38.2%. Very, very high probability you're probably going to go to new highs at that point. Getting back into that 38.2% as well, which would give you a target of that meme line also. Weekly is getting into the bullish control zone on momentum, also has volatility expansion, and now we're getting quite progressed on the buy signal on the jewel and getting out of the bearish control zone. We've already gotten a closure over that 38.2%. Didn't even get close to retesting it. And right now we are getting a move to the 78.6, which lines up with our last major lower high before the breakdown. If you can get a close over the 78.6%, that's where I'd expect some busting action to the meme line at around like $414. 5 days also getting momentum into the move bullish control zone with the volatility support. 5 day has the exact same dual setup as the weekly. Now we've closed over all of our major EMAs on the 5 day. This 21 has been resistance all the way down to this breakdown. So we got a fresh close over it, and now should theoretically see a move to somewhere around this meme line. As long if we get it over the 78.6, same number of 355, 356. 2 days also still pointed up. It's getting a little sideways though. What's going to likely flip it down is if you close below 78.6% at about $338, and then you're probably going to come back down to retest 360 into this 5 EMA. As long as you stay over this area though, then you're more than likely you're going to go continue higher to around 360s. The jewel right now is giving you a nice buy signal. Let's go in. The pink has crossed above the yellow within the bearish control zone, while the light blue is in the bullish control zone. And this completely skipped over the neutral phase and went straight to buy. Very close to getting a silver cross to the upside as well. Maybe like 3 more closures before it crosses. Daily is getting a little extreme. Momentum is getting very, very high at 95%. Volatility is 95%. The jewel is now freshly giving you another buy signal. Doesn't mean that you can't get a little pullback here though, especially since you're getting to the 95 to the 97.5% on the HPDR. So if you close over the 95%, around $346, I would see a little bit of a move higher to somewhere around 360s, but I do expect a pullback there because it's getting to very extreme areas. Very unlikely that you continue beyond this point. And very, very likely you're going to get a little bit of a pullback from there. But if you notice, we have a fresh silver cross to the upside, which just confirmed. So you would expect a retest of that silver cross anyway. So that lines up perfectly with us getting to very extremes on the HPDR, that we have that fresh silver cross, maybe somewhere around 360s, pull back a little bit to about that 9 EMA. 9 EMA is going to continue to rise, probably somewhere around this area, around $320. Get a nice retest of that silver cross. These HPDR ranges can step up. Then we get some more busting action. 4 hour also lines up with the idea of a pullback, getting to 98% on momentum and volatility, already at the 97.5%. If we get a close over this 97.5% at $342, I'd expect that move into the 360s, and then from there, very, very likely you get that pullback. Let's go to the RSI. So Tesla does have currently active hidden bullish divergence on the 6-month RSI. It's going to be active as long as you're closing above $138.80. So that's a good amount away from where we are right now. And your next target is the simple moving average, which confirmation is going to be any closure above $488.54. A little difficult, doesn't really help you that much to tell you have to close them for all-time highs. The more helpful thing is the target, which is around $639. So close over 489 and should go to somewhere around 640. Still a decent move. Quarterly still has active hidden bullish divergence off of this higher low. Going to be active as long as you're closing over $217. And your next move is into the neutral zone, which which is at about 352, only $5 higher from where we are now. And then from above there is the simple moving average. This is the more likely target based off of the volatility. And that's at about $560, very close to that 570 number we looked at earlier on the HPDR. Monthly, nothing. Weekly has another drive of hidden bullish divergence confirmed. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing above $270. And your next move is into the neutral zone and then the bullish control zone. And that would be about $361 and $455. I believe 455 is right around our current all-time highs, about $30 lower. 5 days as well as many drives of hidden bullish divergence. As long as you're closing over $270. Next move is into the bullish control zone, which is at about $500, $498. Nothing on there. 2-day has active many drives of bullish divergence. See how many? 1, 2, or just one actually, because they're not connected. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing over, I believe it's the same 270 area, yeah, 270. And your next target is into the critical zone, which right now is at about, this is going to update, but it's at $770 at the moment. I'd like to see this number in the 500s. Daily also has hidden bullish divergence active. Going to be active as long as you're closing over same number of 270. And your next target is in the critical zone, which is about 470, pretty close to fives. And nothing on there. I'll switch to momentum. Quarterly is currently freshly flipped back to the upside. And it's the significance of flipping up in this area is that it's rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're above $229.50. And if you notice, we went lower than this low here on momentum, but price made a very significantly higher low. How much of a percentage of a higher low did we make? About 1,700% of a higher low. I'd say that's a good amount, but maybe I'm retarded. 1,700% of a higher low, while momentum went lower, confirming hidden bullish divergence. Already confirmed, going to be active as long as you're closing over $217, and your target would off of that would be the critical zone, which you can't really get a number off of from the stochastic, but a minimum number for you would get based off the price is just your all-time highs, which right now is at about $488. That would be your minimum number. Monthly is currently still flipped to the downside. However, you are getting to it's the edge of the the bearish control zone, which over there it is likely going to pivot to the pivot is likely going to drop, and we are not really we are a decent amount of below that pivot, but not really like an impossible amount to get to if Tesla does busting action. Pivot is currently at $427. We're right around 350. 2-week is now freshly flipping back to the upside with a derp of life, and it is rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be flipped up above $268.50. Let's say 269 for the culprit. Last time we had a derp of life, we had some nice busting action. Time before that, we had a derp of life, decent busting action. How much of a percent? Still 32%. I consider that busting action. And I don't see any other derps of life. Interesting. Weekly is also giving you the drop of life with momentum pointed up, breaking out of the bearish control zone, and it's going to be pointed up above $237. 5-day also pointed up, breaking out of the bearish control zone, pointed up above $236. And we have, if you notice on the 5-day, close above our last major lower high. So that would just based off of simple TA perspective, give you these targets of this $400 area. 2-day is currently freshly flipping back up, and it's going to remain to the upside above $333.50. Daily is also freshly flipping back to the upside, and it's going to remain up above $328.50. And 4 hours, it's also flipped to the upside, and it's going to remain up above $330. Let's say $331. So the high time frames on Tesla are shaping up to be quite bullish. You've confirmed hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly. You have momentum flipped very strongly to the upside. Now you're getting volatility expansion on the quarterly from just around the same area you were in before you had that 1700% busting action. I'm not saying we're going to do 17x from here, but somewhere
What?
around 5, right? I'm sorry to have to be the bearer of bad news. That we're not going to do a 17x from here. Very sorry to break that to you.
God damn it.
But maybe a move to $500 doesn't seem too bad, right? I'd take that move to $500. Would you take that move to $500? I'd take that move to $500. And
I sadly
based off
would.
of that 3 month, that would be the RSI target around $500 to $560. Basically, and the only time frame that's currently flips to the downside is the monthly, and the monthly is not really that far away from the pivot. It's just one busting action away from the pivot right now, and we are approaching the edge of the bearish control zone, which naturally the pivot will drop in that area anyways, and likely it's going to be below price action at that point. And every single time frame, even all the way to the 4 hour, is still looking quite bullish, and momentum is pointed up. So probably we get one more swipe based on the HPDR getting to very extreme areas. Maybe one more swipe to the $350s to $360 area. I do expect a rejection at that point, though. Probably a little bit of a pullback to retest that fresh silver cross somewhere around that $315 to $320 area, and then from there I expect some maybe consolidation for a couple of days, maybe a week or two, and then I expect again some busting action to the $400 area based on that 5-day close, which is over our previous major lower high.
Yeah, you do. You sick fuck. Thank you, sir. I'm very bullish on this
Long and
Tesla
hard.
thing. Very long and very hard, sir. Right now, fuck. What a weird thing.
You're long and strong.
Yeah. Just a little disappointed. I didn't just throw everything at it, but goddamn, it's still pretty good.
Life savings and end of month calls for Tesla.
I let's just say that I put 20% of all the money I had in it. Imagine if I would have put all of it.
Ooh.
Damn. Yeah. Sadly, it's not. I should be happy. Like the amount is pretty good. Don't get me wrong, even right now. But I'm like, God damn that. No, I'm gonna continue with my thesis and say that this is gonna go back and hopefully let me add. Let's see.
Busting action on net worth.
It's happening. I'll fucking take it. Thank you. We'll go with Rivian in a second. Let me just clean my chart. Okay. Alrighty. Estamos listos, damas y caballeros, para pasarles el análisis de Farhan para Tesla. Bastante sencillo, honestamente. Es un poco lo que habíamos platicado antes. No han cambiado muchas cosas de lo último que habíamos visto. Personalmente, creo que estamos ante este estilo de situación, pero todo nos podría sorprender. En este momento, las tablas parecen decirnos que tenemos objetivos bastante altos siempre y cuando podemos cruzar algunos obstáculos. Vamos a empezar con esto. Obviamente, Tesla, desde que inició, está en una tendencia claramente alcista con bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos y altos más altos. Estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios una vez más, todos los importantes. Nuestro promedio del 9 está en los 277. Déjenme ver dónde está el 5. Y nuestro promedio del 5 está justamente en $300. Hijo de puta. Con nuestro promedio del 5 y todo esto, se ve muy bien la cosa. Vamos a verlo rápido en el HPDR para ponerlo enfrente de todos ustedes. Pueden ver que estamos entrando en la zona media. De poder romper los 355, que es nuestra media en este momento, vamos a tener un viaje gratuito a los 487 que nos pone casi en altos históricos, muy cerca. Y eso es bastante bueno para cualquier imbécil que haya invertido en esta zona. Pero también, obviamente, nos podría rechazar, mandarnos para acá, y de vuelta para abajo. Hasta ahora no hay señal de ello, no voy a mentir, por más que me gustaría poder regresar y agregar más a mi posición, hasta ahora estamos bien parados. Tristemente la avaricia nos está pegando en el alma. También en cuanto a volatilidad se refiere, Tesla está un poco atorada por acá, no en el nivel más bajo de volatilidad, pero no está tan lejos del nivel más bajo de volatilidad en la trimestral, que es interesante. Déjame ver si hay una de 6 meses, solamente por divertirme. En la de 6 meses, un poco que iría con... no. ¡Wow! En la de 6 meses estás en la parte hasta abajo de la zona azul. La parte alta de la zona, la parte baja de la zona azul está en los 701. Estamos hasta abajo del HPR. Ahora, no sé qué tanto le puedo creer. Recuerden que esto es una herramienta que está mejor hecha para, ¿cómo se dice? Para poder ver movimientos de corto plazo, pero en la trimestral se ve así esta cosa y déjame pongo, digo, en la bianual, en la de 6 meses, güey. O sea, ya, también, bájale. También tengo nuestro promedio del 5 en los 300. Los $300 son un punto muy importante para nuestra tabla. Pueden ver lo alcista que está. Vientos, ok. Vamos a un mes. Un mes tenemos un poco de lo mismo, donde estamos viendo contracción de volatilidad por acá. Y del lado de precio, estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios. Después de haber hecho este alto más alto, venimos a hacer este bajo más alto y estaríamos buscando justamente en este momento o un alto más alto o un alto más bajo. Esa va a ser la pregunta. ¿Dónde podríamos encontrar fricción con el precio y dónde se podría dar la vuelta? Vamos a poner el HPDR para que lo vean. Justamente el 50%, ya entrando en el 38.2%, está en mi siguiente línea meme, que son los 369, 370. Aquí yo había dicho, estoy dispuesto a salirme. Voy a empezar a pensar en eso. Todavía sigo con ese bias de salirme ahí porque el movimiento es un 70% en solamente 2 meses hasta ahora. Faltan 16 días y 4 horas para cerrar esta vela, pero tiene una alta probabilidad de venir a los 370. Ahora, rompes los 370 a la alza, estás hablando de ir a los 414. De 414 llegas a romper ahí a la alza, máximos históricos, tío. Estás hablando ya de los 589. Recuerden que Tesla ha hecho varios splits, por lo que 589 es un precio, el precio más alto de toda la historia, aunque como tal, no, hemos tenido acciones de Tesla por encima de los $1,000, pero esto sería el máximo histórico de toda la historia después de todos los splits. Así que aquí lo están viendo en la mensual. Volatilidad no nos dice nada más que esa contracción sabrosa que está dando. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas entrando en la zona azul, justamente nuestra... ¡Ay, hijo de puta! Es que esto es poesía. Esto es poesía. Nuestra zona media está justamente donde está nuestra línea meme, en los 374. Estamos en los 370. Y de poder romper esta zona a la alza, una vez más, 437 es el objetivo mínimo. Y ese objetivo mínimo ya nos pone en zona de ir a hacer un nuevo máximo histórico. Así que vamos a ir paso a paso. Volatilidad nos dicen en la semanal, en la de 2 semanas, en la semanal está contrayendo y estamos en la parte alta del 80, estamos en la parte de arriba de la zona azul. Ahora, estando arriba en la zona azul, podríamos venir a retestar estos 300 y aparte hay demasiado soporte en estos 300. El soporte tienes el promedio del 5 en la trimestral, tienes el promedio del 5 en la de 6 meses, tienes también en la mensual, me parece que es el 9. En la de 2 semanas, ¿qué teníamos en la de 2 semanas? Justamente ahí. En la de 2 semanas tienes el 21. Hay demasiado soporte en esta zona de los 300, donde yo diría, si vamos a romper los 300 para abajo, 246 sería mi siguiente objetivo y ese sería el SMA 200 y eso habría sido un SFP y nos llevaría para abajo. Pero por ahora continuamos yendo hacia la alza y Tesla se cansa en el 100%. Entonces ese 97% está en los 488, lo que nos pone muy cerca de máximos históricos una vez más y es justamente a donde Tesla va. Se empieza a ver demasiado atractivo este pedo. Con Tesla vamos a ver la diaria, la de harina, la que cuenta. La que cuenta tiene expansión de volatilidad ante este zampompazo que estamos viviendo en este momento, obviamente no de las zonas más bajas de toda la historia, pero viene del 34%, expandiendo justamente oficial por encima del 50% y continúa en picada la alza. También lo que están viendo acá, y es importante notarlo, es estamos ante el 95%. Tesla, una vez más, le gusta ir a extremos y el 97% sería algo realista, lo que nos pone muy cerca de esos 369. Y aquí es donde pone todo en pregunta para mí, porque estoy en esta situación. Vamos a venir acá y vamos a poder superarlo. Lo que necesitamos es una mega consolidación. Consolidar para que todo esto empiece a subir, para que el precio no esté sobreextendido y para que podamos dar esa continuación. El ver esto así tal cual en la diaria me hace pensar, entendiendo que en la semanal también estamos por encima, llegando al 78.6%, me hace pensar que probablemente por acá, entre esta zona de los 330 a los 369, vamos a ranguear tantito antes de continuar a la alza. Y obviamente tu confirmación está por encima de los niveles importantes que mencioné. Ahí les va, bastante sencillo, sin HPDR para todo el mundo que lo está viendo. ¿Quieres ser alcista en Tesla, tío? Lo primero es, tienes que entender que puedes moverte en un rango bastante grande hasta los 300 sin romper estructura de absolutamente nada. O sea, puedes venir acá, hacer esto, hacer esto, hacer esto, hacer esto, esto y continuar. No estarías cambiando absolutamente nada, estarías haciendo un bajo más alto. Lo que estamos pensando más que nada es inmediatamente tal vez este pompazo a los 369, 374. Tal vez nos encontremos con una consolidación en esta zona y de ahí cualquier ruptura arriba de los 374, yo diría que tiene la mayor probabilidad de máximos históricos. De romper la zona de los 300 por toda la confluencia que existe en ella, yo diría que ese sería mi primer aviso de que esto probablemente va a ir a buscar ese nuevo mínimo que yo estaba pronosticando antes. Pero por ahora, muy alcista, atentos al SMA 200 en la diaria, que es básicamente mi línea meme por acá, y también está donde el promedio del 100, el EMA 100. Tenemos un cruce plateado en la tabla, lo pueden ver por acá, donde el amarillo está por encima del naranja, y eso nos dice que, para toda la gente que está aprendiendo con nosotros ahora, que un retesteo del 9 en 309, 307, 305, 310 debería de ser alcista para seguir apoyándonos al siguiente punto y esta debería de ser la zona de interés más grande. Más allá de eso, también tienes un gap en la diaria justamente acá, lo que me hace pensar que probablemente esta consolidación va a llevarnos hasta acá, la zona de los 300 y continuar a la alza, dejar que todo se regule y después continuar. Por ahora, alcista de Amega Madre. Vámonos con Rivian. Como de que no, damas y caballeros. Oye, pues Rivian.
Nice.
1 second, 1 second, 1 second. There we are.
Nice. Very clean range you're in within Rivian. I mean, it makes sense that we're getting some pullback. The $15 is a big spot. And, each time we've seen at least some reaction, since we lost it back in August of 2024, each rally up to that 15 has resulted in somewhat of a pullback. Now, when we end up breaking out, generally, we always back test it, and this will be your kind of sign. Is this a major bull trap, or is this an actual shift of what was resistance into support before we're potentially going to see that $17 to $18? So on Rivian here, we rallied up to that $15 rejection. What I like about this chart, though, is that, we have just a clear area of defined risk. As long as you're above that 1371, you're going to be more risk on, and Rivian's going to have more of a chance of bouncing. Now, if we go to the 2-day, let me throw the 5 off. What you're noticing is the 2-day perfectly reflects this idea. I believe, let me get the 55 on. You have a nice 2-day silver cross. The 2-day 9 has perfectly matched right around where the meme line is, around $13.62. What's nice about this 2-day chart is you have the 9 now crossing above the SMA 200. The slow moving average on a 2-day it is crossing under the fast moving average. This is generally bullish and just showing kind of the control that bulls have. So as a trader, you're not really playing in the gray zone of the chart, right? It's nowhere really to bid here. You could use this wick high as like support, but that's slightly aggressive. For me, we know this range has worked well. We saw it work really nicely before we had this big dump down. So any move down to 1370 to 1360 should be a place where you're looking to first see if it's going to hold as support. And if it shows you that it's going to be support, potentially looking for an entry here. This not only would be a perfect bullish retest, a throwback to the 2-day silver cross, and also a potential retest of that 2-day SMA 200, something we always see Rivian. It does like to throw it back. Does it hold? That's, the better question. Generally, no. That's why, it holding this region will be very important. Because if it can do that, then this will look very bullish. It'll look like it just grinded out the next higher low, because the 2-day isn't a very obvious uptrend. As long as you're essentially above May 6th low, essentially, this isn't a nice 2-day uptrend. And so the higher low, you should be gauging that after the higher high. I think 1370 is a good line in the sand for bulls and bears. If you start losing 1370 to 1360, you then can start taking a daily SMA 200 deviation short. It's very easy. This weekly 9 here is moving up nicely. So what could give us a confluence of this chart and this kind of being more solidified into a big spot right at that 1370 would be to see that weekly 9 move up more. The weekly 9 could actually reach closer to that 1370. This will solidify, in my opinion, this being solid support, and you should be gauging the reaction to be, nothing more than either a higher low on the 2-day or even a spring. If again you start losing this, and let's say you start losing the weekly 9, and the SMA 200 is now lost, yeah, you have to really question this whole rally, because something Alejandro pointed out last year, which has been very tried and true, is Rivian likes to do these like terrible pumps that just lead into macro lower highs before rolling over. The 2-day can be in a nice uptrend, but it doesn't mean anything when the macro is in a downtrend. And visually now with this wick, you can see all you're in is just in the channel here. Yes, there's a lot of lines, obviously, but I mean, if you're just liking meme lines, this is a good meme line channel based on these wick high rejections, more or less representing just the macro lower highs. Telling you, yeah, 1525 to 1530 is a big spot. So it's not looking the worst though. Monthly 9 got reclaimed, went slightly under there, but nice spring from this point. This is why 1370 is going to be very crucial for bulls to hold. You get the monthly above there, you're going to have the monthly 9 more than likely move up around, 1340 to 1350. Again, just playing into what I mentioned on the weekly, having that 9 move up. Now you're having a bunch of higher time frame moving averages, the 9 especially, right around that very crucial support line on Rivian. So, now you're just in a no trade zone. You're kind of gauging the throwback as your extremity trade. You're going to adhere to the trend, which is very obvious, especially on the 2-day. You can just very easily use May 6th low as your invalidation. But as long as we're holding now above 1370, next target for me will be 1520. And then you get back above 1520, you're going to have a pretty big move around 1750 to maybe a wick to 1880. This is the big zone on Rivian. This is where, bulls are slowly trying to take back control. This is where they can actually flex a breakout. Because if you actually start breaking and testing around this 1780, this will be pretty significant. You're then now at this point testing an EMA, which is the EMA 100 on the 5-day. Yes, it's populated since October of 2023. This would be the first tap. So, this is a big zone. Also, though, noticing that around this, $18 to $17, you get back above there. First, you usually do combustion action, get a nice green dildo on the 5-day above them, here as well. So you get back above essentially 1880 on a 5-day. This is where you start breaking out on Rivian. This is where it essentially gets free moves up to that $25 to $27 region. That's a pretty major level from this point. And this is why I like the 5-day EMA 100, because, well, if we, let's say, shift trend, right? What would we need to do to shift macro trend? Well, if let's go to the monthly. Well, it's just obvious here, right? Just how I represented it. Take the wick highs here, show it like that. So now you know, okay, well, bears are going to try to roll this over and turn this into a lower high. But you're going to be noticing here that the bullish structure is forming on the monthly with higher lows, just not getting the higher high break. Where that is going to be done is when you actually take out essentially this wick high. When you take out this wick high on Rivian, you're going to now be in a monthly uptrend. So what you could see happen is either you break out, you retest this zone, you come back, you throw it back, maybe into like, August, June, July, August, around, the next 3 months, grinds out here, retest around here, before you get that big breakout. What that, theoretically could do is potentially keep resetting volatility. Something we're noting is monthly volatility is at the lowest ever recorded in history on Rivian's chart. This definitely still can keep contracting though. And even more so if it does, this will give a volatility setup on the monthly, just making it more obvious that a big move is coming on Rivian. So there's no FOMO on this chart. Bulls are really needing this to macro trend shift, because this has kind of been the issue on this chart is, well, the monthly is just in a very easy downtrend where every single time you get those major green dildos up, every single time they lead to monthly lower highs. So that's why taking out basically $16.70, this high that we made in January, it's going to be crucial. That's going to be a big trend shift with what we know about the 5-day EMA 100, volatility on the monthly, and overall this monthly structure that bulls have been trying to grind out since April's low. It's definitely something to keep watching, but we are technically now at resistance as shown here. You now technically could be grinding out a lower high, and bears are going to try to push this down before before the monthly close, because getting back above that 1370 on a monthly would be very good. So let's quickly look at the HBDR on the monthly and just see here. So you do notice you're at the 95% on the monthly. So pullback or consolidation shouldn't surprise you. The most bullish scenario would be just consolidation. Resets that monthly BBWP, forms a new range, and just consolidates. And then maybe into next month, we see these move up. So again, confluence of yes, you're at resistance now, at least though. Monthly isn't weekly isn't a breakout. What I like about this is, the weekly nine's even getting back above the 38.2%. So again, this is just more bullish than not. But even on this HBDR view, it's like you lose the 61.8%, which granted is holding. And again, you could be using this wick high aggressive, but you could mass support, and if you flip this, I mean, it could start going up. But that's an aggressive trade. An easier one again is just waiting for the easy throwback. Maybe in the next week this shifts up. Would be nice is seeing that EMA 9 move right around 1370 and seeing the 38.2% move right around 1370. It's like, how much more bias do you need? That just needs to hold. And I always like when you have obvious levels like that, because when you do end up dumping hard and you go to the 1368 and everyone's bearish and shorting, and Rivian's gone down. Let's see. I don't know why it's doing that. From this 0.9 to maybe a wick down, 10% down. This is where people get bearish, where they should be really paying attention for longs. And it's just more liquidity game. You got to trap all those late longs, get everyone short at support. Once you sell your long, we go up. I mean, it's just that's how the markets like to screw us over, essentially. And so lastly, though, representing just lower time frame resistance, which can help you gauge at least if, maybe I'm going to be right? We're going to flip this wick high into support, the aggressive longs win. Where can we know they're going to win is when you actually get a 3-day close back above 1520. You reclaim this SMA 200 on the 3-day. Yeah, that'll be really good for me as the next zone for the next sign to break out, essentially, because we have never been above there. It's similar to the 5-day EMA 100. Never hit this SMA 200 on the 3-day. So a pullback definitely makes sense. We did pull back from there. You're more than not likely to be in like a moving average range, which you see the 3-day EMA 100s at right around 1375. You have that 3-day 9 coming right around that zone with a 3-day silver cross that just freshly happened. So, if you end up getting a pullback at the SMA 200, which is the first tap, very strong, this should still just be your opportunity zone. You start losing this EMA 100 on a 3-day, and I'll be really on the camp that this was a major bull trap, because every time we lose this 3-day EMA 100, well, we bigly dump after that. And it's always to the book. It's like you SFP, bearish retest, dump. SFP, bearish retest, dump. Another retest, or just now it's resistance, dump. So, this is, if you can gain anything from Rivian, it's 1370 is the spot that you need to hold to be just more degenerately bullish, in my opinion. You don't scale longs in the 15 on Rivian. You only get aggressive if you start reclaiming the 3-day SMA 200. And there you have a case, or you have just another SFP, and this will be the first ever 3-day SMA 200 SFP, which isn't out of Rivian's characteristic to do that, as I've shown on basically all time frames. One point I'll leave off on why maybe aggressive longs will win though, which again, not recommending the easier trades to sit on your hands, but volatility is still firing off. It's only at 52%. This could easily keep moving up. This could easily flip this wick high and keep going. Just gauge the 3-day SMA 200 if you're trying to like scalp this, because in my opinion, when you have an EMA 100 here, SMA 200 here, it's all matching the meme lines. You're just having a very obvious range, and you're just kind of in the middle here. So Rivian's looking great. Pullback to breakout seems likely. You don't hold 1370 though. Yeah, I'm going to just really start questioning this whole move, which you should be when monthly volatility is that low.
Yes, indeed. Sorry, I just realized I was muted. Excellent. Perfect.
No,
Thank you so much, dude.
Yeah.
That was great. Let's see if Rivian can fucking finally do it. Can they? I don't know. Temporality tells me that he won't, but
Let's see if Rivian can keep it up.
Can it? If it can just monthly trend shift, great. Awesome.
Yeah.
Good job, Bulls. But it's like even on the monthly, you draw that meme line, it's like, this could just be the monthly lower highs put in right at the 95% on the HBDR. So
Ooh.
Yeah. Big zone.
That's a nice channel right here.
Does it show it on the monthly too? I know it's on a daily. Does that like morph into, let me just see.
Let me do the 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, look at that. That's beautiful.
Yes, he does perfectly. You're seeing it right now. So this would be an insane breakout, actually. This is the first time he's breaking out of that zone.
And what's right around there? What's right around there is the 3-day SMA 200. And that would be the first time that ever reclaimed it. And that would be your major sign that something big is changing on Rivian. Maybe this rally is real.
3-day. Oh, the SMA 200 is right there.
Exactly.
That's what rejected us already. Interesting, man. And also you have a silver cross right here. So that means your opportunity is going to be right. Man. EMA 200s right here. Also giving you the idea that you could SFP it. What a piece of shit this thing is. I'm just going to go back into the past and look at that and see. Because I think just outside of this breakout will be legit if he does just right here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I agree with you. It's more pointing than to a monthly trend shift at that point. But you look at that wick high. But you got to get above 15. You got to.
Come on, you piece of shit. Alrighty. Thank you, sir. I sent you guys on the chat what's next. Thank you.
Cool.
Vamos a empezar con la mensual en Rivian, ¿no? La mensual o la de 2 semanas. Qué cagadero de tabla es este. Voy a quitar mis líneas meme. Esta sobre todo. Y esta. Aunque han visto, estamos siendo bajos más altos, ¿no? Y altos más bajos. Ahora, ¿por qué los quiero traer a la mensual? Los quiero traer a la mensual Ya he dicho 2 semanas o mensual. Ok, estamos en mayo del 2014. Vamos a ver qué pasó en mayo. Abril del 2024 estábamos aquí abajo y para julio llegamos hasta aquí arriba. En abril del 2025 estábamos aquí abajo, un escalón más arriba. Y julio todavía no llega, pero deberíamos de técnicamente poder ir hasta los 21. No mames, si pasamos los 18, ok, hasta los 21. Eso podría ser, ok. Estamos ante resistencia muy importante. Ahora, importante acá, volatilidad mensual, el punto más bajo de toda la historia. Toda la historia está preparando un setup de no mames Rivian. Ahora, eso fue el 24. ¿Qué me dicen del 23? ¿Qué me dices del 22? El 22, abril, mayo, te da un huicazo para abajo, pero cierra aquí arriba. Y luego, ¿qué pasó en julio? Pompazo por acá y también te dio esto hasta septiembre. Y luego volviste a caer. Es ahí donde estamos. Estamos haciendo un poco de lo mismo una vez más. Pero acá la pregunta es, ¿ahora sí vamos a tener el breakout oficial de Rivian? A mí me costó mucho trabajo cuando estábamos viendo esto, cuando habíamos visto esta estructura, ¿no? Y viendo estos bajos más altos, me costó mucho trabajo pensar que pudiéramos llegar a, perdón, no me di cuenta que era un paralelo. No, me costaba mucho trabajo pensar que volviéramos a regresar, tal vez no a mínimos o cerca de acá, por ahí de los 8.89, pero por abajo. ¿Por qué? El valor de la empresa es ridículo comparado con lo que, o sea, con lo que tiene. A ese punto estás literalmente una vez más valuando Rivian en $8,000 millones, cuando tienen algo muy parecido a FSD a punto de salir, cuando tienen la mejor marca, en mi opinión, que existe en el mundo de los eléctricos. Y muchos van a decir, ¿cómo va a ser la mejor marca? Simplemente la calidad de trato de la gente, el feedback que dejan, siempre es 5 estrellas todo con Rivian, es una marca muy alegre, no se meten en nada, lo han hecho muy bien. Entonces, para mí era muy ridículo pensar que podríamos tener un chance en comprar en 6.50, a cierto punto lo pensé, pero puesto en práctica se me hizo difícil pensar eso. Entonces, con eso dicho, estoy esperando que Rivian se vaya a ir a los 7 y cacho. Me cuesta mucho trabajo, no es imposible, pero me cuesta mucho trabajo pensar que ese sería el caso, ¿ok? Y la razón es un poco sencilla, porque ahora tienes, una vez más, la inversión de Volkswagen, que ya también les dio los otros $1,000 millones por los objetivos que cumplieron. Más allá de eso, también están haciendo los coches de Slate de Volkswagen, que son Rivians rediseñados para que nadie se dé cuenta que Volkswagen no puede hacer nada por sí mismos, etcétera. Entonces, Rivian tiene muchas cosas de verdad muy buenas, además de su plataforma de skateboard, todo esto. Vamos a rápidamente analizar esto, ¿ok? Voy a llevarlos a las 2 semanas. No, a la de 2 meses, perdón. Gran pendejo, Alejandro. Y también pueden ver aquí el promedio del 9 en la de bimestral, es lo que nos está rechazando. O sea, es bastante sencillo. Rompiendo esta línea y pasando este máximo, deberías de tranquilamente poder ir a buscar los 18 y más para arriba. Pero no me quiero enfocar en esta tablilla. Déjame ver la volatilidad en la de 2 meses también al punto más bajo de toda la historia. En la trimestral tenemos algo, nunca veo la trimestral porque hay muy pocos datos. No. Aunque sí, ¿eh? La volatilidad en el punto más bajo de toda la historia trimestral. No, ya fuera de mame, vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas. Quiero que vean esto. 1, nuestro promedio del 34 hace una resistencia culera, que es la línea blanca, todo este tiempo, ¿no? Nunca lo habíamos tocado hasta acá. Lo tocamos, acá hicimos un SFP y acá tiene cara que estamos haciendo otro SFP. Rivian está jugando bastante cerda, honestamente. Pero, atención, aquí hay algo que Rivian está a punto de hacer que no había hecho nunca. Y eso es esto. Pongo este paralelo. No, lo había sacado de acá, perdón. Pueden ver perfectamente que estamos en este canal. Si Rivian llega a reventar esta zona a la alza, viene a retestear y después explota a la alza, vas a tener chance de no solamente llevarte este máximo, sino que esté también en los $21. Y ahí la cosa se pondría caliente para cualquiera que esté en Rivian en estos momentos. No es tan difícil este gráfico, se me hace las cosas más sencillas simplemente por cómo se ve. Si lo quieres todavía simplificar un poco más, lo llevaría al de 3 días. En el de 3 días puedes ver que nuestro SMA 200 coincide con la línea meme y también con el canal paralelo que creamos. Si podemos romper esta zona a la alza, que debería porque mayo no es cuando Rivian topa en julio normalmente o hasta septiembre. Esto debería de poder aguantarnos acá y dar continuación a la alza. Ahora, tienes un cruce plateado. Si esto no se rompe de una y te trae de vuelta a los 13.30, esta debería de ser tu oportunidad más rica, porque cada que tienes un cruce plateado, el retesteo del promedio del 9 es lo que te debería dar el siguiente, la mejor entrada. Yo pondría mi objetivo, si quiero entrar en Rivian, en 2 diferentes lugares, ¿ok? Si voy a agregar a mi posición en Rivian, lo haría acá en los 13.42, sería la primera. Y la última, donde si te llevas este mínimo, olvídalo, sería aquí abajo, en los 12.66. ¿Dónde está tu invalidación para esto? 12.53. Te llevas los 12.53 para abajo, muy probablemente vas para los 12 hasta los 11.22. Y si no, acá a los 10.50. Una vez más, no rompiendo mínimos y quedándote simplemente dentro de esto. Ahora, esto explota a la alza, que no te dé FOMO. Normalmente cuando quieres entrar en algo es en el retesteo de la zona. Entonces, esta zona puedes ver lo fuerte que va a ser. Déjame prendo el HPDR a ver cómo se ve en esto. Interesante. Tenemos ya un movimiento bastante cansadón por acá. De llegar acá, lo mejor que nos podría pasar, y es un poco lo que decía Alex, consolidación. Y tendría sentido. ¿Por qué? Porque les dije, en años pasados, Rivian ha consolidado todo mayo. Lo pueden ver acá, esto es la consolidación de Rivian de mayo, y tienes la explosión en junio a la alza. Eso, quiero ver esa repetición. Quiero ver esta consolidación en esta zona, no perder el promedio del 100, o tal vez si lo pierdo, mínimo no bajar de los 13.30, poder aguantar por acá, y de acá que me lleve a Valhalla una vez que vuelva a reventar a la alza. Por temporalidad, esto es lo que tiene más probabilidad de acuerdo a esta tabla. En la de 3 meses, cruce plateado, reoportunidad de entrada, también tienes el EMA 100. Lo que te está haciendo intentar pensar es que vas a hacer esto y esto fue un SFP y esto te debería llevar más abajo. Eso es lo que está intentando engañarte. O tal vez lo vaya a hacer, pero es lo que está. Cuando es muy obvio algo, te lo están poniendo enfrente para que lo veas y es lo que están haciendo. Está entre el 100, está el 200 y lo único que tienes que hacer es para reventar a la alza. Ahí lo tienes. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros, bastante sencillo. Queremos que Rivian aguante los 13.30. Queremos romper a la alza por encima de los $15. Rompiendo a la alza por encima de los $15 vamos a tener objetivos mucho más altos. Y definitivamente si somos bajistas, queremos perder la zona de los 12.60. Pierdes los 12.60, te vas a los 12 y si los 12 no aguantan, mínimo nuevo. Una vez más, no quieres entrar en este trade ahorita, quieres simplemente el retesteo del breakout o la oportunidad en el promedio del 9 o el 100, por acá. ¿Ok? Eso es Rivian, damas y caballeros. What's next, my boy? What do you got, Farhan? Lucid, I'm betting.
QBTS.
Oh, you got QBTS. Is that the QVC network?
Something Wave. I think something Wave. I'm not sure.
QBTS. Let me see. D-Wave Quantum Inc. So electronic technology, computer processing hardware, so chipsets.
So I'm guessing it looks quite good on the high time.
Oh,
That's
wow.
actually why I took it, because it was very interesting looking. So I was like, I want to do this one.
Hang on.
And those are quite the girthy green dildos if I've ever seen any.
And you've seen a lot.
I've seen quite a few girthy green dildos. I've seen a lot of green dildos. Rest assured, I've seen a lot of dildos. I've seen a lot. Many people, they see maybe one or two dildos their whole lives. I see
This
one or
is
two dildos every hour. I see one or two dildos every hour.
this is going to lead to a humongous green dildo. This is a United States pattern.
This is one of the most beautiful United States patterns I've
Yeah.
ever seen in my life. You got California right there. You got Texas right there. You got Florida right there. You got New York right over here. This is gonna turn out absolutely amazing. Let's let's see what we can get from this beautiful, beautiful United States pattern. $168.50. All right, you guys heard it here first. Buy it now.
Dude.
And the technical
Fuck.
confirmation for this would be getting a close over this week high, which is at about $11.95.
We all laughed when
So
Palantir was going to do this. We all laughed the same way that we looked at it and we're like, there's no way. It's ridiculous. And he motherfucking did it.
let's say we want to be absolutely very, very like what's the word?
Conservative?
Conservative. Let's throw
Yeah.
it over here. Close that one out. Get a close over this one, and then yeah, the United States pattern is gonna play out, and technically it should. Takes us to $168. Maybe might want to consider going quite heavily into spot on this since it's not on BTCC, so can't leverage it. Maybe
Yeah,
because
it's got sex appeal. I'm not gonna lie.
let's take this to $160. How much of a percent is that? That's like 1,400%. You 14x your money with no leverage.
What?
14x your money with no leverage. Let me save this. Whoever shouted this out, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move this up to stocks. And maybe we should message BTCC to consider adding this. Momentum right now is pretty high up, so this United States setup, I wouldn't expect it to play out immediately. Probably within the next year to year and a half, maybe 2 years, because we are at 98%. But as you see, this thing does like to just barely contract on momentum and volatility, and then once again put in busting action. So maybe we do go a little bit sideways, and that would put us in a pretty massive range, which is why I wouldn't want to really use leverage on this thing. And that'd be a range between about $13 and to the upside, and about $8 to the downside, assuming it does break out, because and that would be a range of almost 100%. And after that breakout, you would want this resistance to turn into support, and then that to base off of this, and that to spring you up off that United States setup towards that pretty insane $168 area. Probably going to be a lot of stops along the way, and probably going to take a good amount of time for that to even play out, because each one of these candles is 1 month. Very close to getting into price discovery. Momentum on the 2 week is also to the upside. Now I'm getting into the bullish control zone, while volatility is flipped up. Are we making higher highs in price? What is the
It seems
close?
like it.
991. Yep, 1015. 11. Yep, there's three higher highs but lower highs on momentum, giving you three possible drives of bearish divergence. To confirm this, you would have to close below about $5.97, and then that would give you a minimum target of hitting right around this 55 EMA, which is at about $4 and what is that, $4.60. Although you probably go a little bit lower to somewhere around this 78.6, which and that level that's like 50% lower, actually around $2.30. My bias right now is that the divergence doesn't confirm, and that it just stays as looming in the background to try to trap shorts in, and then just puts in some busting action. especially because if you look at the 2-week jewel, we've now freshly switched into a buy signal, breaking back into the bullish control zone. So pretty much pretty unlucky to put in a local top, leaving this divergence just a possibility. Probably going to see it on the RSI as a possibility as well. Momentum on the weekly is also freshly flipped back up, getting into the bullish control zone with volatility support. And the weekly is also giving you a fresh buy signal on the jewel. Gotten close over the 38.2%. Last time that took us up to the 61.8, which we're already at right now. And the time before there, it took us up to the 100%. Where if you were to go to the 100% right now, that sits at $46.95. That's several X's from where we are on price right now. I would want to see wait to see a closure over this meme line, but slightly over the 78.6% at about $13.23, and then I would expect some busting action. I love how many times I get to use the word busting action this week.
Lots.
Might have some busting action of my own all over the computer screen. 5 days, so it's flipped up just like the weekly. Volatility is freshly flipping up, and just like the weekly, the jewel is giving a fresh buy signal. If right now, as long as we are over this 5 EMA, which is a decent amount to the downside, also another reason, or same reason why I don't want to touch this with leverage. That's around $9.18. As long as you're above that area, it is primed to continue moving to the upside. This, if you are bearish on this thing, this would be the area where you would want to short it, basically because your risk is so small. Just take your stop loss above this line here. Small in quotations because it's still 21%, and then your move to the downside would be somewhere around that what do you call it? It's $4.80 area for the 200, and that's like 55% down. So relatively, it is still 2-to-1. 2 days still positioned to the upside, getting a little close to flipping down though. Jewel's getting very close to the bullish control zone. I wouldn't want to see us go below this candle's low, or else we're probably going to get a more long form pullback. This is around $10.36. If we get even a tick below there, I'd expect at a minimum a move down to test this 5 EMA at around $9.77, but probably going to go lower, probably going to go to the 9. And right now that's sitting somewhere around $9. And these are wild swings, because if you were to take it from percentage wise, even a move to the 5 is around almost 20% down.
Wow.
And then it moves to the 9 is around 24% down. These are wild
How big
swings.
is that green candle?
This one?
On my, I have it on the 3 days, so it's huge on my 3 day.
This even this 2-day candle is 28%.
On the 3 days, 58%.
I think I measured it from the wrong area.
Yeah, wick to wick.
Wow, 59.68% in one candle. Hey, congratulations to whoever recommended this thing. Wild swings.
Let me tell you who did it. QSBC Lalo.
As long as you're holding this wick low, though, you should be looking for a test of the 88.3%. Start to lose this, you're gonna get that volatile move down to around $9.75 to $9. I would look at that $9.75 to $9 area as an opportunity zone, though. But if you lose that wick low, I would get out of any longs. Daily is now freshly flipped back up to the upside, getting pretty extreme though, getting to 91%, although this thing does like to get to 100%. Volatility is now freshly flipping back up. As long as we're holding this wick low, we should be primed for hitting $12. And that would be a conservative target. Pretty funny how even that's a pretty volatile move. It's like 11% double digits. This thing is like a gold mine for traders. 4 hours freshly flipped to the downside with volatility contracting. High probability is going to put in a higher low. The jewel is currently giving a God mode background with a neutral signal. Has not flipped to sell just yet. If we lose the 5 EMA, it's probably going to flip to sell. That's at about $10.71. Right now, the HPDR ranges have stepped up significantly after tapping the 95% range, or the 97.5% actually. And now, if we do move to the downside, I'd expect to tap somewhere around this 38.2%, right around $10.50. And also lines up with a 9 on the 4 hour. And as long as you are above this area, it should just consolidate here and try again to the upside around $12 to $13. That's where you have that meme line, that $13 area. The RSI. There's a stadium next to the house where they do like concerts and shit, and they're blasting loud music right now. It's like 11:49 in the morning, fellas.
Cancun,
That
though.
Yeah, now am I an asshole? Well, they probably think I'm an asshole if I were to complain. They're like, "Well, you live in a tourist area."
100%. 100%.
On the monthly RSI, we have the same thing that we had on the HPDR momentum, where we have that possible bearish divergence. Although it's just a possibility as long as we're closing above $5.77, which we are close to double that number right now. And the from the people who are trying to front run this divergence probably has an opposite move, and if that does happen, you'd have to confirm a close over this current high, which is at about 1195, which is also the same number that you would need for the divergence on the HPDR momentum to give you a bullish one, and that would give you a target of the critical zone. Which right now, let's see what the critical zone level is at. I'm curious. $44. Oh fuck, my AirPod fell out. $44.65, very close to our HPDR target of $45. Very interesting. 2-week also has that possible bearish divergence, although very, very difficult to confirm it. Got to close below $5.77. And at that point, that happens, this thing is probably going to break down to somewhere around fours first at this 55 EMA. Doesn't hold this area, then you're going to completely break down below probably somewhere in the $2 to $1 area. Still technically could bounce at the $4.60 area. I just wouldn't want to hold longs from all the way up here, all the way down there.
Would be a
Even
shame.
even if it does bottom in this area, you're not a good trader if you held through a 60% drawdown. You just got lucky.
Whoa, buddy.
Wait a minute.
Certain person I know put in 300K into Breadcoin, held it through a 70% drawdown, and then as soon as it went up after there, claimed to be a genius and shit.
Yeah.
Like, sir, you were down several $100,000 at one point.
Dude, all boomers are genius at trading. All they did was buy stocks, never sold, and then now they have more money than God.
Yeah, but they invested in something real, not
That's
some
right.
vaporware garbage coin like Brett. 5-day currently has active hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're above same number of 577. You've already hit the bullish control zone. Your next target is going to be into the critical zone, which right now that sits at $70.77. I would have said all of these numbers were pretty ridiculous until I saw that target of the United States set up, and even now this number looks really mild in comparison. 3-day has many drives of hidden bullish divergence as long as you're over 577, and your next move is into the bullish control zone, which right now sits at $67, pretty close to 70. 2-day has hidden bullish divergence, going to be active as long as you're over 577, and your next move is into the critical zone, which is at $28. 4-hour currently has hidden bullish divergence, going to be active as long as you're closing over $10.36. And it's gonna your next target is the critical zone. Right now it's at $16.47. Let's go into momentum. Monthly momentum it's going to remain to the upside, entering into the bullish control zone, and it's going to be up as long as you're above $9. You got volatility contraction at the moment as well from a double extreme. First extreme was on a mega dumpski. When was this dump? 2022. Imagine buying that and where we are right now. You wouldn't even need it for it, and then it does go to $168. That's the gambler in me is just enraged about not knowing about that.
Absolutely.
2 week is freshly flipping to the upside, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it's going to be pointed up above $9.35. $9 seems to keep coming up as the pivot. Weekly is freshly flipped to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's currently getting volatility support and pointed up above $7.37. So this one was $9. This one was $9. This is $7.37. 5 days also pointed up, rejecting the bullish control zone, pointed up above $7.37. And momentum went lower than it did at this point here, but price put in a higher low, giving us confirmed hidden bullish divergence. And we've basically already hit the target because we went to these previous highs. Let's see what the RSI target is. Oh, we already saw it. Never mind. It was in the $40, $45 area. Two-day is currently flipped up, entering the bullish control zone. Can be pointed up above 768 with volatility support. The daily is freshly flipping up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it's going to be pointed up above 905. $9 seems to be a very important area. And 4 hour is very close to freshly flipping up. It will flip up above 1107, and it will flip up if we can hold the bullish control zone. I mean, it'll maintain the critical zone if we flip up. Let's go a little bit lower to get a little more bias. So 30 minutes is going to remain to the downside. 2 hours is going to remain to the downside. Only one that's flipped up right now is the hourly. So got to see what this 30-minute pivot goes to, which closes in about 4 minutes to find out whether the 4 hour is going to remain to the upside or not. Right now, it does seem like the 4 hour will flip up, considering we are still holding this 5 EMA. So let's flip all the way up to the high time frames. High time frames on this thing are what's making me mega bullish on this thing, because it's very, very, very close to flipping its massive. Well, it's already flipped the downtrend, but it's very, very close to flipping its previous like epic lower high before, or higher high swing failure pattern before it omega like completely nuked and went to Hades. Plus, it's forming a pretty nice United States pattern. You got your momentum pointed very strongly to the upside in the high time frames. The United States pattern gives you a pretty insane target of $168. RSI gives you targets all the way through from the high on the high time frames from about $46 all the way up to $77, and those targets seem pretty calm compared to the United States pattern. On basically every single time frame, except for like the very low time frames, momentum is still pointed up as long as you're holding the $9 area. And you have a pretty huge range right now, somewhere between $12 and to the upside and $9 to the downside, which is the number we need to maintain our momentum. So we could test somewhere down to $9 because momentum on the low time frames is flipped down, and it would still long term be bullish for consolidation in this. I don't know what the technical phrase is for you. The pattern, the handle part,
Cup and
whatever it
handle.
is.
Cup and handle.
Yeah, the handle. So as long as you are maintaining that handle, which is around like $9, your cutoff point for momentum, it should be set up for long-term busting action to the upside. But short-term does look like you might get a little bit of a pullback, and a little bit, and this thing is violent swings. So you could get a move down to $9, not necessarily $9, but you're good as long as it's above $9, and then should continue blasting up towards somewhere around $28 is your next RSI target. And then from there, 46 and 77.
Very, very nice indeed, senor. Thank you so much. And then I'm going to be quick as fuck so we can see how long Alex will take. And then we have another one. Hopefully we'll get to it. All righty. Thank you. Estamos viendo QBTS. QBTS es obviamente, aquí lo dice Processing Hardware for Computers, que eso quiere decir que son chips, damas y caballeros. Déjenme leo. D-Wave Quantum, que es como se llama la empresa, está ante escrutinio después de que cierto fondo cuestionara su técnica, su credibilidad técnica, diciendo, it's more of a market strategy. Wow, esto está súper mal, diciendo que la acción bajó, etcétera. En fin, no sé qué mierda sea, pero pueden ver que su primer cuarto del 2025 lo superó con bastantes potentes expectativas. Segundo cuarto tiene expectativas por acá en medio. Vamos a ver cómo se da. Ok, da igual eso. A fin de cuentas, estamos viendo algo muy poderoso por acá. ¿Alguien se acuerda de este patrón? Este patrón, damas y caballeros, se llama Cup and Handle, ¿no? La taza y la agarradera. Y ahora, este patrón de taza y agarradera empieza en esta parte, cae hasta acá, encuentra la parte alta de la taza, aquí es donde va el café, tiene humito, le está saliendo el café. ¿Dónde más aprenden estas cosas? Y acá tienes la agarradera de la taza, lo puedes ver acá con esto que parece oreja. Esto es uno de los patrones perfectos, más perfectos, uno de los patrones de taza más perfectos que he visto en mi vida. Y ahora, ¿cómo medimos esto para un movimiento a la alza? Porque esto tiene una cara súper alcista. ¿Lo va a continuar haciendo? Vamos a ver, ahí les va. Lo que haces es, vas a la parte más alta, vas a la parte donde está el café, ¿no? La parte plana de arriba, y vas a la parte más baja del precio, que es esto. Y esto lo mueves a donde vaya a haber un breakout. Imagínate que ocurre ahí. Nuestro objetivo, en este momento estamos cotizando en $11.10. Nuestro objetivo serían 22. Eso quiere decir un golpe del 100% simplemente en tu cartera. Ahora, ¿qué estamos esperando? Simplemente para hacerlo un poco más rápido y poder agilizar esto, tuvimos un super breakout después de haber roto el EMA 100 y el SMA 200. Esto nos llevó a este super pompazo de ¿cuánto? Vamos a ponerlo del 200 hasta donde llegamos al máximo histórico de 4.5x, 450%. Brutal. O sea, como si fuera cripto esta cosa, y esto ocurrió en diciembre, o sea, básicamente 5 meses. Ok, y esto nos ha llevado a este patrón. Ahora, aquí, déjenme ver algo. No, ok. Parecería un patrón de hombro, cabeza, hombro, pero no lo es. Ahora, inverso. Lo que quiero enseñarles es esto. Si pongo una paralela que va así y les conecto la parte alta de acá, se dan cuenta justamente donde está bailando el precio, y tiene mucho más upside. Es claro, eso sin lugar a dudas. Ahora, en la de 3 días es donde los tengo acá y quiero enseñarles el HPDR. Personalmente bueno, no personalmente, en realidad lo que creemos es que esto tiene que consolidar por acá antes de poder dar continuación, porque ya estás en la parte más alta del HPDR. Ahora puede continuar, pero solamente tienes 11.7% de probabilidades de dar continuación a la alza ya. Entonces, ¿qué esperaríamos? Después de todos estos breakouts, haber tenido un velazo de 58% el día de ayer, no, digo, hace 2 velas para atrás, que son de 3 días. Ahora lo que tendría que hacer el precio es consolidar. ¿Dónde creemos que va a ser la zona de oportunidad? Acá. Entre los 9.50 y los 8.81. Esta va a ser la zona de oportunidad donde veamos al precio caer, y de acá deberíamos de rebotar. ¿Cómo sabemos si estamos mal? Cayendo abajo de 8.22. 8.22 normalmente nos lleva a movimientos de expansión fuerte a la baja. Lo pueden ver sobre todo con esta vela. Quitándolo por acá para que lo puedan ver. Vaya, déjenme, solamente agrego más cosas para que se vuelva más confuso todo esto. Esto es básicamente lo que estamos viendo. Vamos a darle con Alex a Lucid, y de ahí vamos a ver si tenemos tiempo rápido de aventarnos algo de Forex.
Nice.
Sir, we're ready for some Lucid. I'm invested in this bullshit. Again, I gotta say, they've changed a few things, including the CEO, and that was one of my biggest problems that they had, and their production has increased. So now, whatever we look at, it's good to know that they're moving in the very right direction.
Yeah, no, definitely. The chart's looking good, so that definitely makes sense then, because fundamentals play a big role in stocks more than crypto, of course, because crypto is just unicorn poop.
Unicorn money.
Basically, yeah. So this chart's very easy and nice to understand. So the weekly, I mean 3-day, my apologies, 3-day has a volatility set up. The nice part is trend is up. So we have a bias right now that, we are grinding out a uptrend here. The nice part though is, we're now kind of in this big range. This $2.55 was holding us down for quite a while here, kind of compressing price. Now what we're seeing is, some nice bullish momentum up. For me now, it's just an easy area to define risk, which is 255. Just needs to hold. If that can hold, what we're going to most likely see then is this 3-day volatility will start firing off, leading to a nice, upside move closer to that $3.30, right around that EMA 100. That's a pretty big spot. We haven't really. Let's actually see. When was the last time we tested it? Because it's been a minute. Here you didn't test it. So yeah, last time you tested it was here, January 2023. Nice little liquidity grab to that before essentially trapping bulls, getting all the shorts out before going much lower. And that's kind of it, actually. I don't think you've ever been above that. So it's a big spot for me. I mean, if you've never been above there, doesn't mean it won't get above there, but it's also a big spot. You shouldn't disregard that. And it can solidify the point where if you do get above it, well, that's even better. That can really tell you stuff has shifted then. You see here the HBDR, we're in a breakout currently, and that's evident with that being above the EMA 34. How I look at this is, when you're above the EMA 34, which is often kind of like that last wick high spot where we often reject in price before you either break down or you go down for bullish structure. Here what we're seeing now is a nice breakout. Yes, we have a nice continuation candle, but if you get any kind of pullback, that's not going to mean it's bearish to me. It's actually very similar to Rivian, in my opinion, where you're just simply kind of gauging a pullback here and letting this prove to you that this is support. We know that Lucid is in a big range currently, and when we have broken out in the past, for example, here, I mean, slight bad example because you didn't full on retest it, but remember these are meme lines. That's why the HPDR is very nice, because this is actually backed by numbers and stuff. This is just more based on memes and lines and liquidities and basically wick high and wick lows and trend. That's really what it's come down to. So to me, though, that this still is a very close back test, missed by 2 sets essentially. But before going up, it's important to kind of gauge these throwbacks, because as long as you kind of hold support, right, it's very simple. You're just going to go up, and then you can then shift, right? And if the 9 gets reclaimed, then you look at the 21, and then if the 21 gets reclaimed, you look at the 34, and then when 34 is reclaimed, that's often when you get big breakouts. So that's why here being above all of those and the moving average is important with the volatility setup. This is looking primed to go higher. And yeah, that's really it. It is just looking quite nice. 5-day, got to gauge this resistance here. This is just nice based on the EMA 34 as well. You get back above there with the 3-day in that posturing, which is already above the 34. It's just going to be more confluence of the idea that we're going to more fill out this kind of, when we had this nice red dildo, this just left a nice inefficiency down, where you just essentially nuke down in 10 days, essentially down only. This is where you like to fill some of that out. And we've seen this range before. This is a big range, and we've seen this play out nicely before. And so with Lucid now being above that $2.55, it does have the implications of going higher. You're just more on the posturing of a pullback as an opportunity. 255 is your line in the sand. You start losing that 255, rejecting right the 5-day EMA 34. Maybe the 2-day EMA 100 here, and then deviating. Yeah, it's going to now be back into this range, and then you have to start looking at maybe going all the way back to $2.30. Till then, you're going to have nice support at 254 to 255, and that's going to at least kind of guide bulls is giving you an easy invalidation on a wick basis, no, on a closing basis, I mean. Lastly, the 10-day is looking quite nice. What you're noticing though is the 10-day likes to reclaim the 9, get a free move up to the 21, and then deeply reject that essentially. So this, we reclaimed the 9 on the 10-day. We're now in the process of getting that free move, which just tells me a little more upside on Lucid here. Before we find some resistance, I could even extend this line here. I was using it within this range. Haven't looked at a Lucid chart in a while, and what do you see? It kind of lines up nicely with that 21. So you're kind of 284 kind of seems next to me. That should be a nice resistance zone. You get back above 284, especially on this 10-day. This is going to be the spot then that you want to hold, assuming that 255 holds. Just like if that holds, you go to the next zone. And then if this zone holds, it opens up an even bigger one, which is right in that $3.30, which, from this point is a pretty major move, 22%. So it's all really going to be dependent on 284 reaction. You really start reclaiming that, then it's just going to really play into what we were saying on the 3-day, which is, it's looking more probable. Trend is up for a breakout to 330, which is right at that EMA 100. And as long as you are above that 34, EMA 34, which is at 255, you're going to have more of a chance of going there. So use this 284 as a mid-range, in my opinion. You can chop it almost in half if it's a major range, which this one is. And this one, for some reason, Lucid does like to respect it. 35%. And then here, 31%. Here you can see it held. And then we went up. We'll just take it again, 54%. But again, the range that I'm trying to point out is this one, 34%. It does make those big moves up. So as long as you are above there, I don't see why this time would be different, specifically when you have volatility setup supporting that idea. Lastly, let's look at the monthly. And I think the bi-monthly, or is it the quarterly? Maybe it's closing next month. Yeah, next month. And see, this is interesting to me because, you don't have lots of data with this, but with the small amounts you do on this quarterly, it is in a breakout. You basically hit extreme volatility, and then now you're in reset mode, which is interesting because you've seen this kind of hit extremes while we've just been nuking. So the opposite effect then would be if this is resetting, price should go up. Next logical point is apparently $5 per this EMA 9. So then we'll look at the 5. Generally, the 5 works for a more higher time frame. And what you're noticing is this right here is right at $3.23. So what we can gather from that is, the $3 and what was it specifically? Yeah, $3.42 seems very likely. We're just gauging that if you're a trader on the 3-day. That's the spot though. You get back above $3.46. This is when you start really seeing volatility probably fire off on the 3-day in favor of bulls. You actually get a breakout, minimum to $4.50 to maybe that extremity high at $5.38, which again lines up really nicely with that quarterly 9, which I don't know if we've tested that. Let me see. No, we have. It's all just been short-lived liquidity grabs. But yeah, we tested it here. Major rejection. From this point, you opened, and then you went up 159%. And then on close, so you went up 159%, closed 16% on that. So it's definitely not out of Lucid's characteristics to do these major moves up. They just hold. What will be out of its characteristic is if it can hold it. And what we'll tell you is if really $5.20 get reclaimed, where you can start formulating that this is going to break out is just very simply based on the 3-day. Use the EMA 100, specifically $3.44. Gauge this 3-day setup. BBWP is giving us a setup with also HBDR telling us we are in a breakout. So that's kind of all I have. It's looking bullish. It's looking like it wants more upside. And that's it for me. As long as you're above 255, I would not be surprised if we do end up seeing around $3 within the next month, maybe month and a half.
All righty. Thank you, sir. I'll be super quick. And absolutely. Also, there's an inverse head and shoulders right here coming down for you. Blah, 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 blah. Breaking out on this. So you have like the first shoulder, the head all the way to here. Actually, this is where I would connect it. And the next shoulder. So once we get the breakout on the 100, the moon. Let's see how big of a move this is going to be. If
why not? Why not?
Do you remember the chart I sent you where I had the Bitcoin move like completely mapped out, and it did exactly that, and I just missed it because I completely forgot to put my order, and he touched it in the middle of the night.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like, these fucking things actually really do work sometimes. There you go. That puts us above the SMA 200 at $5 right now, which
that lines up beautifully with that quarterly 9. And something else at $5 as well. Let me see real fast. It's the meme line at 540, a quarterly 9, and then potentially, you're just moving up to that 3-day SMA 200.
Look at that.
So yeah, lots of things that perfectly shows it. And really, it's like what I showed last time we went to the 9 is, we can move 150%, hit it, and then only close 15% up. Lucid's crazy. So
yep, absolutely. Thank you, sir. Oh, 55 is also there on the 2-week. Okay. On the weekly. And then you have like outside of the breakdown, 346. Ok, that's good enough for me. Ahí les va, vamos a ver Lucid rápido. Me gusta lo que está haciendo Lucid muchísimo. La razón por la que me gusta lo que está haciendo Lucid es porque despidieron al CEO. Bueno, no sé si lo despidieron o no, semánticamente hablando me da absolutamente igual. Peter Rowland era el obstáculo más grande que tenía Lucid para poder ser exitoso, porque no podía salirse de su propio camino el hijo de puta. Pero se fue. Y como todo en la vida, cuando me das nueva evidencia de algo y cuando veo que las cosas están haciéndose bien y cuando veo que la producción de tus coches está aumentando, estás buscando un nuevo CEO, estás haciendo nuevas sociedades, vale, güey, estoy contigo, entré a Lucid. Ahora, ¿qué tenemos por acá? Rápidamente, para poder llegar al análisis de Farhan y largarnos, tenemos por acá un hombro, cabeza, a la parte más alta, hombro. Si esto llega a reventar donde viene el promedio del 55 en la de 5 días, vas a tener un movimiento que en teoría, lo puedes ver acá medido, te llevaría por encima del EMA 100. Y eso sería la primera vez, si no estoy equivocado, en la historia, donde estarías retomando, sí, el EMA 100, y de poder retomarlo, el objetivo que sigue son los $11, que es donde tienes tu SMA 200. Yo diría que más o menos por acá es donde lo vas a encontrar. Aquí es donde lo pondría, en los 11.46. Pero empieza esto a calentar, empieza a calentar bien. Me está gustando lo que está haciendo Lucid. Me gusta cómo se ve la tabla. Parece que esto fue el fondo del fondo del fondo del fondo en el 1.97 y andamos empujando en este momento. ¿Cómo sabemos si estamos mal o si esto va a darse la vuelta y ser bajista? Simplemente perder acá el promedio del 9 en la de 5 días en los 2.54. Eso te debería de dar otra vuelta mínimo, a ver si te llevas este mínimo. Y si te lo llevas, considera que todo esto que estamos diciendo que es alcista, no es alcista y debería de ser bajista, ¿ok? Además de que volatilidad está yéndose por debajo del 15%, preparando un setup muy potente, y tendremos uno en la de 2 semanas. ¿Algún setup? No, nada todavía. Mensual, nada. 2 meses. En la volatilidad del punto más bajo. Un movimiento agresivo se viene en Lucid y tiene toda la pinta de ir a capturar por ahí de los 4.22 hasta los $5 mínimo en el siguiente movimiento. Y por temporalidad, si les gustó lo de Rivian, ¿no? Acá tienes junio, julio, después de obviamente abril, ser el fondo, ¿dónde está? Marzo, abril, aquí está, en abril, y después tienes el movimiento a la alza a julio. ¿Y ¿Qué creen que sigue? Julio, temporalidades, coches, mismo negocio. Ahí lo tienen todos ustedes. Lucid se ve alcista y de una vez más estamos equivocados siempre y cuando perdamos la zona de los 2.53 y confirmamos la equivocación en la zona de los 2.22. ¿Ok? A la baja. A la alza mínimo tiene cara bastante bien, se ve bastante bien, empieza a pintar rico. Y ya, es todo. Alrighty, sir, I'm going to bring Farhan in. There you go. There I go. Put your chart, euro, dollar. Let's see what this fucking euro's doing. Are people finally going on vacation to Europe?
I hope not. Now, Europeans are some of the worst creatures I've ever met in my life.
Oh yeah.
No matter what else, I may be an autistic retard, but at least I'm not European. It's like how they had back in the day in 1960s in America, no certain type of people allowed, no Europeans allowed, and absolutely no French.
Well, exactly. As you know, you go to France and you do, if you are obviously American and just go and speak English to them, they will treat you like absolute fucking garbage. So
You should play into that and go in a full head to toe U.S. flag outfit.
I would never do that because they do treat you like absolute shit. And I've always been treated like shit until the last few times that I've been there. I've been speaking to them in French first because I can get around. So I can ask for a table and all of this. And once the conversation gets past my abilities, I go, can we talk in Spanish? And they go, oh, I don't speak Spanish. I'm like, do you speak English? And then they're cool. That's the only way to do it.
Yeah, because then they can't play that superiority over you. Like, oh,
Exactly.
you only speak English.
Exactly.
That's actually pretty smart. Turn it around on them.
Yeah, that is smart.
See?
Big brain.
There you go. That's why I'm 40 years old and still a loser.
Euros, it's looking kind of interesting right now. It put in that nice wick all the way up to the 88.3%, and it's as of this moment it is rejecting it. It's still in a downtrend. Didn't break this previous lower high. And this wick is how much of a drop down now? About 3%, 3.3%. That's, correct me if I'm wrong, that's pretty large in a global currency.
I'd say so.
Right now, momentum is still positioned to the upside while volatility is expanding. Right now, the jewel is shifted into a buy signal, but it has not confirmed yet. It will confirm in 1 month and 17 days. It will confirm as long as you close over this 21 EMA, which right now is at about $1.10. Close over there, you will get that buy signal. Most likely, you're going to retest that 21. This Forex does like to move very clean and by the book, and then that should spring you up to the 55, which is at currently at $1.17. Pretty high, pretty nice move up on the euro versus the dollar, and I personally don't think it's going to happen based off of the dollar very likely bottoming out. So this probably doesn't close above this 21 EMA. If you do close above it, then we'll have to reevaluate.
Well, now with the dollar disappearing forever and Peter Schiff being right and inflation really taking over with these tariffs that haven't seen any inflation whatsoever and the CPI keeps coming down, dollar is going to zero. So the euro, obviously, because of its productivity that works 3 times a week for 2 hours maybe and taking lunch breaks and baguettes and smoking cigarettes in the middle for hours, the productivity in Europe is insane. So the euro is going to go up like crazy. This is what every financial genius online is telling you. And I believe it. Makes sense.
Just go to any European airport and you'll see firsthand how hard these people work. Just go to any European airport. 2 hours every few hours. There's nobody working any of the counters because they're all on break. Immigration line? Fuck your immigration line.
This has been quite the roast on Europe. I'm sorry, everyone. We're just having fun over here because we're not in Europe.
It's just a simple fact that Europeans are lazy.
Oh, sorry.
Just look at their currency. Look at their finely esteemed piece of currency. Oh wow! It just makes lower lows and lower highs. Amazing. Doesn't look like it'll ever hit all-time highs ever again. Probably even gonna break. Yeah, it literally looks like it looks worse than Trump coin. Let's put it like that. I'd rather invest in Trump coin than invest in the euro.
Honestly, though.
And very likely, if once you do close below this 38.2%, this is going to be our next macro lower high. And probably we're going to test the bottom 38.2% right now, which is that $1 flat. Going to be filling out this wick, and this is going to be the absolute last area hopium for bulls to hold it up. Because if you can't hold this $1 area, next time you break below $1, it's going to capitulate. And you're probably going to go somewhere into the mid to low 90-cent area. And then Europe is going to officially be the joke of the world. Once the euro is trading somewhere between high 80s and low 90s.
I'll say I don't have anything against my European fellas. And aside from the government, obviously, I hate the government in Europe. I think it's the worst, and they're the biggest puppets that work for absolutely all of our governments, and they're just fucking absolutely clowns and puppets. That's great. Love the people and whatnot. But I gotta say, dude, this is my problem with the problem that I have, and the reason why this is so funny to me is literally there's Peter Schiff saying that the euro and every other currency is going to do better than the dollar. It's just incredible, incredible to me that educated people are telling people this.
You couldn't get a stronger short signal on the euro if the euro itself told you to short it.
I know. I also told Peter the topping gold was done when he was like celebrating at 3,500, and he's done. He's fucked. Yeah, he's fucked. Good.
While some 27-year-old retard was like back in 2023, I would probably top at 3,500.
That was pretty good, man. What a call. What a fucking call. That's pretty gangster.
The monthly is now just on the verge of a swing failure pattern on the euro. Just ever so slightly closed over that 100 EMA, which has been the area for this where we deviated last time before the mega dump, the one that took us below $1. This time around, if we swing failure it again, probably gonna get another mega dump. Probably gonna break this dump. Probably gonna go somewhere around low 90 cents to high 80 cents. Gotta wait for this monthly close. Confirmation for me is going to be closing below the 100. This is going to be a little bit more aggressive. If you want to be more conservative, you'd wait for a close below the 38.2% at around 112. Once you get that, it's all but guaranteed, because then you would have probabilities heavy in your favor. 61.8% chance, so you're going to retest that $1 flat area. 2 week is right now dancing on the edge of support, right at that 200 SMA, while the momentum is starting to flip down and volatility is currently flipping down, telling you technically you should be looking for a higher low, but that just tells you that you'll probably bounce. Doesn't tell you that you're gonna make new highs. Right now, you are getting a fresh silver cross to the upside. So if you do lose that 90 MA, the 200 SMA, you should still be looking for support as long as you are above the 9 and the 100. Like basically a range between this 9 and this 55. That puts you between about $1.09 and like $1.08. As long as you're holding this area, technically it still does have a possibility of putting in a higher low and then continuing back up. Start to lose this $1.08 area though, and then you're probably going to start to capitulate towards $1 flat. And you're going to see some of those currency dildos that you rarely see on foreign currencies.
Yeah.
Weekly is now flipping down on momentum with volatility contracting. Volatility is going to stay contracting as long as you are above that 108 area. Once you lose that area, volatility is going to expand and you're going to see some dumps. Right now, the jewel is starting to lose its buy signal as well on the weekly, shifting over into a neutral. 5 days also flipping down on momentum and volatility, while the jewel on the 5-day has not given a sell signal. Start to lose this 9 EMA, sitting right around $1.11. Probably going to rapidly approach 109s, lose 108, and then that's where you're probably very, very likely to dump pretty heavily. Probably bounce pretty, get somewhat of a bounce regardless whether we're bullish or bearish at that 109, 108 area. And it would be actually nice for bulls to see that slight bounce right in this area formed, because if you notice, we have a shoulder right here, got a massive head right here. Form another small little shoulder from that 108, 109 area, bounce up to like high 109s. Then you can have the right shoulder put in, and then you can dump ski towards $1. And that'd be a move off of that head and shoulders. 2 days trying to bounce right now, getting still below the moving average, still in the bearish control zone. Volatility is still technically in an expansion phase. It's still going to be just a bounce and nothing more than that, as long as we are below this wick high, which lines up with the 38.2%. at right around $1.12. As long as you are below this, to be exact, about 1.129. As long as you're below that area, though, it's still just a bearish retest, and you're still likely to come down to 109s, 108s, somewhere between this zone here. It's 55 and this 200. Daily is now starting to flip up on momentum with volatility contracting. High probability that it's played out as long as the bounce is played out as long as you are below this 112 area. Start to close over this 112 area, then it's going to start to look a lot better. It's going to be a deviation of this 21, then you're probably going to retest 114s. But as long as you are below this area, it is looking quite toppy to me now. And if it closes like this will be a nice shooting star, rejection of a 38.2%, close below the 5 EMA, probably going to get a nice dump to 109. Four hours now freshly flipping down on momentum. Volatility as of this moment is still contracting. Start to lose this median, however, and then volatility is very likely going to expand, and you're probably going to get pretty nice expansion to the downside. Median's at 112, a little below 112, like 1.117-ish area. Very, very close to where we are right now. Basically, if you lose this wick low, you're probably going to lose the median as well. Let's go to the RSI.
Bing!
It's been missing for a while.
For a while.
You got to be careful. Can't have any unregistered bings in Dubai. Might end up in the gulag
Wait, what song is that? Say it again.
again.
You repeat yourself, like the joke that you made at the end or whatever comment you said. I'm sorry, I heard something else.
The gulag
You
comment.
might, yeah, you might can't be giving off any unregistered bings in Dubai, or you might end up in a gulag. Right now,
Glad we didn't.
and I'm glad we only said that other word one time, the Hamas word.
Oof. That's a touchy subject over there.
Say it 2 more times, and you might just disappear. The sixth month currently has active hidden bearish divergence, which stayed active despite this move to the upside, which Europeans got all very excited on. This was, in their defense, how much of a move up? About 11% up, but still kept the downtrend intact, still has the hidden bearish divergence, and you're still going to have that hidden bearish divergence as long as you're closing below about $1.127. So the next target off that divergence is going to be the bearish control zone, which right now the bearish control zone sits at 1.05, basically right at that $1 flat area. It never fails the metric of looking to see how social media is reacting to tell you which way an asset is going to go.
Oh yeah.
Quarterly has possibility of invalidating the bearish divergence, has not invalidated just yet. It will invalidate if you close this quarterly above about 109. No, about, my bad. Yeah, 109, which we are ever so slightly above right now. We have a month and 17 days left to go. Hopium for people like me who want the euro to go down is going to be we turn this into a massive shooting star, turn this down, turn it red, close below that high, don't invalidate this bearish divergence, and then dump it to $1. Let's hope. Two-week also has active bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below 1.157, and your next target up control zone, the entrance of it, which right now is at about 1.1. The next level below there is at about neutral zone at 1.05 and 97 cents, right around that $1 area. It's weird because Europeans are mostly assholes, but Italians are nice people.
They just have a very different approach to how they talk to people, I think. They're very spicy, all of them.
2 days now dropped on momentum below these lows here, while price is putting in a higher low. So there is technically a possible hidden bullish divergence, but it's a little difficult to confirm at the moment. You would have to close technically above about 1.157, and then that would give you a target of the simple moving average at about 1.2. Not really that much higher. A little unlikely it confirms as of this moment, though. And especially because daily has active bearish divergence and it's going to be active as long as you're below about 1.138. And your next target off of that divergence is the bearish, the critical zone, which is at about 1.06, right above that $1 flat. And 4 hour now has fresh hidden bearish divergence. And it's going to be active as long as you're below 1.1265. And your next target off that divergence is about 1.06 to be exact. Very close to $1. Now we put on momentum. I see Bitcoin has lost 103,000.
That's just great, Bob.
Academy Short is still happy. 6 month is now still pointing to the upside, and it's going to remain up as long as you're above $1.03. So if we do go to that $1 flat area before this end of this 6 month candle, it would freshly flip it to the downside, and then we can start some real busting action to the downside. Quarterly is also going to flip down if we can close below that 1.05 area. As of this moment, it is currently flipped up. Monthly is also flipped up, and it will flip down below 1.03. 2 week will flip down. It's currently flipped up. We will flip down below 1.08. Weekly is currently flipped down, and it will remain to the downside below 1.14. 5 days currently flipped down and will remain down below 1.13. 2 days currently flipped down, and it has it put in. Let's zoom in on this. And it's currently put in bearish divergence, which is currently confirmed, and it's going to be flipped down below 1.14. Daily is currently flipped to the upside, but it's getting very close to the edge of flipping back down, and it will flip down below 1.11. And 4 hours now about to freshly flip to the downside, and then we'll flip down if we can close below 1.12. So the high time frames on Euro are still in a downtrend. The trend wasn't never really changed. It got tested a few times on every single lower high, but it was never able to break the trend. We got a nice move on the 6 month, basically exactly the 21 EMA, where it's been rejecting on every single lower high all the way through. We're putting in bearish divergences now, which are very close to being validated. Looking like we just put in another macro lower high before we make another lower low, and that would put the euro first at somewhere between around 109. Losing the 109 to 108 area is what, in my opinion, is going to start us to give us the capitulation. The first target is somewhere around $1 flat. Probably get a little bit of a bounce because it's around psychological level. And then the next time you break $1, I think it's probably going to go to somewhere around 92 cents to 88 cents before it really gets a bounce. And if that bounce fails to break and close over $1, probably going to go lower. But as of right now, I'm just looking at somewhere around 108s to 109s for a little bit of a bounce. If that area fails, then very likely it's going to break below $1, and then we'll have to reevaluate the reaction around that 90-cent area.
Can I give you guys a little insight here on the euro, how to find out what the bottom of the euro will be?
Oh, yeah.
Because when we went below the 1-to-1 on the dollar and we went to 95 cents on a dollar on the euro, what I got was all of my rich friends called me and they were like, hey, I'm going to go to Europe. Do you think I should buy euros right now? They're so cheap. So when rich people want to go to Europe and they call you to tell you, hey, should I buy euros now? They seem too cheap. That's basically the top or the bottom, however you want to look at it. It's kind of weird because it's the only warning that comes out in Forex. It's not like anything else. This is it. There's no like Bitcoin's dead, the euro's dead. No. It's just rich people calling you because they want a vacation in Europe.
I'd like to vacation in Europe on the cheap, but only in Italy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I also love Spain. Is there anything else you boys want to talk about, discuss, look at before you go?
No, it was a good stream, boys.
It was. Thank you very much, guys. You guys enjoyed the rest of your day. We'll see you tomorrow for class and everybody else too. Thank you,
Cool.
boys.
See you boys later.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego, muchachos.
Buenas tardes. Mañana tenemos clase a las 7 de la mañana, hora de Los Ángeles. Recuérdenlo que son las 10 de la mañana, hora de Nueva York. Para todos ustedes, exclusivamente en el E-Trading Academy, en nuestro sitio, ya lo saben. Ya tú sabes, papi. Ok, vamos a cerrar esto con el euro dólar. Euro dólar, lo estoy viendo en la bimestral. Quiero poner las cosas claras enfrente de todo el mundo. Recuerden, este es uno de mis temas favoritos. Me encanta Forex. Me encanta. Algo que nunca en mi vida pensé que me fuera a importar para algo, aquí lo tienen. ¿Qué está pasando acá? Ok. Debería de... si elimino todos mis dibujos, va a quitar mis líneas memes también. Eso es el problema. Deme un segundo a ver qué tan rápido puedo hacer todo esto. Les prometo no vuelvo a pintar en mi tabla así como salvaje. Un segundo, no sé ni cuál era el punto de lo que estaba poniendo acá en la tabla, pero bueno, cada loco con su tema, tío. Si yo soy el tío más loco de todos. Aquí lo tienen. Esta es una tabla de 6 meses. ¿Ok? Si viéramos al euro y lo queremos ver en la tendencia en la que está, ahí les va. Eso, una tendencia alcista, ¿no? La cosa es que esto es el 2008. Y desde el 2008, el euro contra el dólar y todas las demás monedas va para abajo, no para arriba, como le dicen a todo el mundo que está ganándole terreno al dólar y el dólar se va a ir a cero y no va a ser la moneda del mundo. Pero cuando volteas a ver el yuan chino, que está todavía más en la mierda que el dólar y cualquier otra moneda, entenderás que lo que te están contando es puro palo. Además de que estás viendo algo muy importante. Habíamos logrado mínimo en el 2021 hacer un SFP del promedio del 34 y el 21. No pudiste esta vez. La debilidad del euro está demostrada por acá y sobre todo no rompiendo este canal. Es un poco la inversa a lo que habíamos visto con Rivian, de la fuerza que lleva. Ahora, sí, está retomando el promedio del 9, pero estamos haciendo un SFP en temporalidades más cortas. Les voy a enseñar que efectivamente lo estamos haciendo. Además, tienen que ver esto. El euro está expandiendo por debajo del 15% en la de 6 meses. Esto nos va a dar un movimiento bastante agresivo. Y les tengo la sorpresa del mundo. El euro no le va a ganar al dólar, por lo que este movimiento muy probablemente va a ser para abajo. Y ahora, ¿no me creen? Rápido, solamente les quiero poner el dólar. Desde el 2008, que es acá, el dólar está en una tendencia que claramente alcista. No nada más está en una tendencia claramente alcista, ya tocó la zona de los 114, que es muy cerca de los máximos que había logrado antes, excepto una vez, cuando vino acá a los 100 y cacho. Y les estoy diciendo esto, vamos a tener una excelente oportunidad de romper mínimo todos estos máximos, no sé si el de los 120, pero pueden empezar a grabar esto y decirme que voy a ser un pendejo si me equivoco. Personalmente creo que el dólar va a ir a 116 hasta los 124 en este ciclo. La razón por qué está pasando lo mismo que en México pasó, pero en vez de en pequeño, están invirtiendo con potencia en Estados Unidos. Ya vimos que han cometido, ¿cómo se dice? Han puesto básicamente una intención de meter entre 6 a 10 trillones de dólares en los próximos 5 años a nuestra economía. Y si cualquiera entiende la fuerza de eso, pues bueno, en la de 6 meses el dólar también está teniendo un setup de volatilidad donde está expandiendo. Esta volatilidad comenzó a expandir por acá y solamente hemos ido de lado, todavía no hay nada que nos esté diciendo con el empuje del precio. Tenemos esta vela fea, por supuesto, en este momento, que es el fin del dólar, de acuerdo a todo el mundo, estando por encima del promedio del 100, tenemos un cruce plateado a la alza. ¿Y qué es lo que nos diría eso? Que cualquier encontronazo con el 101.9 debería de ser una gran zona para agregar y continuar la tendencia. Además de que está rebotando en el 21, el 9 está por debajo el 21 está debajo del 9, 55 está donde está. lo único que demuestra algo, no, y también la fortaleza del 34 estando por encima del 55. Esta es una alineación de todos nuestros promedios como debería. El único que todavía está extra es el 100, debe de ser pasado por todos los demás y ahí estaremos en la grande, pero probablemente para cuando eso se dé, ya vamos a estar en un movimiento muy agresivo a la alza. Eso es el dólar. Okay, voy a regresar al euro. El euro, por el otro lado, les voy a poner, ¿qué pondremos? ¿Qué es rico? Me gustan las mensuales en estas cosas. Ok, venimos de esta gran caída desde el 2008 con el euro y la economía europea contrayendo contra el dólar, porque recuerden, esto es relativo contra el dólar. En el 2014, el euro, cuando tuvieron esa mini crisis, rompe a la baja, intenta retestear el promedio del 200, que está aquí, lo pueden ver, no lo logra, cae, ni siquiera lo retestea, cae aún más agresivamente hasta estos mínimos que vimos debajo de la paridad, 95 centavos por dólar, y de ahí tenemos este rebote, y este rebote nos lleva ¿a dónde? Al promedio del 100, y en este momento estamos perdiendo el promedio del 100. Esto es la mensual. Recuerden, Forex en temporalidades cortas es una estupidez porque estos son movimientos gigantescos. Si esto es un SFP, ¿qué es lo que sigue? Solamente para la gente que está aprendiendo trading con nosotros, tienes tu máximo, tu bajo más bajo, tienes tu alto más bajo. ¿Y qué sigue después de un alto más bajo en una tendencia bajista? Un bajo más bajo. Donde probablemente vayamos a encontrarlo en esta parte, por ahí de los 90 centavos por euro en contra del dólar. Lo pueden ver por acá. Esta volatilidad empujó al euro a la alza y si nos acercamos continúa. Así que esto debería, en la teoría de todo el mundo, que el euro le va a ganar al dólar, esto debería dar continuación y si eres alcista en el euro, te la voy a dejar sencilla. Un segundito y me acerco. Eres alcista en el euro, tienes que recuperar la zona del 1.12. Después del 1.12, tienes que completamente romper el 1.20. De no romper el 1.20 y empezar a cerrar por encima del 1.20, estás creando altos más bajos como sea, porque el 1.20 todavía te pone más bajo que esto. Entonces tienes que ir al 1.20, cerrar por encima del 1.20, consolidar acá y después romper el 1.23. Una vez que rompas el 1.23, te va a poner ya por fin en algún lugar donde te pone una mejor posición para revertir la tendencia bajista en la que está el euro en contra del dólar. Y eso debería llevarte mucho más para arriba. Después del 1.25 me parece que es el 1.37 y etcétera. Pero por ahora estamos ante una tendencia bajista. Estamos creando mínimos más bajos, altos más bajos y mínimos más bajos en toda la tabla. Lo único que está haciendo acá es el juego de este es un alto más alto, este es un bajo más alto que este, y esto probablemente debería ser un alto más alto. Y de nuevo, la validación está bastante sencilla. Simplemente tu promedio del 100 en la mensual. Aquí lo tienes, 1.20. Eso es tu primer objetivo a ganar. Después de ahí, el 1.12, digo, el 1.11, perdón, es donde está el EMA 100. Luego el 1.12, consolidar por acá y de aquí para arriba. De no hacer eso, muy probablemente, y simplemente viendo todo el momentum y lo que estaba viendo Farhan, tu siguiente objetivo va a ser esto y de ahí el 1, este. Ahora, si no rebotas ahí y encuentras un mínimo más alto que este, definitivamente te vas a llevar esto y te vas a ir por debajo. Una vez más, somos alcistas por encima del 1.11.829. Por ahora somos bajistas y cualquier retesteo de la zona del 1.12 podría tener una mayor probabilidad de continuar a la baja que continuar a la alza. Eso es lo que estamos viendo en estos momentos y ahí lo tienen. De nuevo, nadie se tiene que enojar, no somos equipos, nadie está escogiendo nada, simplemente son dinámicas económicas y habíamos platicado también del peso. El peso se pone interesante estando en los 18.5, mínimo 18, y ahí es donde vamos a encontrar la reversión del trade. El euro todavía puede tener un poco más de fuerza para empujar, porque el dólar todavía no encuentra, tiene cara que encontró el fondo local, pero no lo vamos a contar todavía. Todas estas monedas se tienen que doblar y tiene que ser reflejada la cantidad de onshoring que está ocurriendo en Estados Unidos, que es MBS, el Principado de Arabia Saudita, dándonos, bueno, invirtiendo en Estados Unidos 1.2 trillones de dólares. Qatar me parece que están invirtiendo 200 mil millones de dólares, y todo eso llega a una suma más allá de entre 6, 7 hasta 10 trillones de dólares en promesas de inversión de diferentes entidades, grupos, países, como lo vimos con ¿cuál era el banco de inteligencia artificial? ¿Qué fue? SoftBank, que estaba diciendo que nos iba a dar a meter 200 mil millones de dólares también. ¿Eso qué creen que pase? Cuando están invirtiendo en Estados Unidos tienen que dolarizarse, y cuando tienen que dolarizarse y estar en dólares y además invertir ahí, acciones atrae a más gente para invertir en Estados Unidos y sube. Ahorita va a ser un nadie me preguntó, donde vamos a platicar de la deflación y de lo que podría pasar monetariamente hablando. Se me hace muy interesante. Ayer vi un video de inteligencia artificial que me voló la cabeza, y ni siquiera había pensado en varias cosas de esas, que tiene toda la razón del mundo, y es un video viejo, interesante. Es todo lo que les quería decir hoy. Espero que lo hayan disfrutado, que hayan aprendido. Recuerden que nuestro Discord es absolutamente gratis. Pueden ir a la parte de abajo, apoyarse en esos traders, ver lo de CryptoLingo en nuestros enlaces oficiales. Les prometo que nunca les vamos a escribir, ni Farhan, ni Alex, ni yo, a pedirles dinero, a que les vamos a invertir su dinero, que nosotros les vamos a enseñar cómo hacer copy trading. Nada de eso no es cierto. No es cierto. No vendemos nada personalmente, nunca te vamos a mensajear para nada, te lo juro por mi vida, solamente son estafadores los que lo hacen. Y además de eso, también, si quieres tradear futuros, lánzate a Elite Trading Academy, el enlace está aquí abajo, pícale en tutos, ahí puedes ver un video de 5 minutos donde te va a explicar exactamente cómo entrar en esos exchanges que usamos nosotros, y a darle, cabrones. Les mando un fuerte abrazo, gracias por estar aquí conmigo el día de hoy, y nos vemos en un rato. Gracias.